heat. We've got 10 ladies, 2 heats. They're each going to get 2 runs. I'm joined by Alex Walters here in the announcing booth. He's going to be helping me bring you the action here this afternoon.
Yeah, we have a stacked lineup. All of these ladies competing yesterday to earn their spot in the semi-finals. We've got 10 athletes. We'll be cutting down to 5 for our finals tomorrow afternoon. Got a couple of really strong paddlers here, particularly in the second heat. So we have Otto Robinson-Shaw. She took the lead yesterday with a combined score, 2 runs, I believe. Sorry, apologies, 3 runs, the best 2 added together with a total score of 2,190. So averaging over 1,000 points per ride. That's really quite an incredible performance from her. So we'll be looking at her rides closely towards the end to give us an indication of what those top medal scores might be tomorrow. But we have here our first heat list with Denise Rebenberger from Austria. We have Nuria Fontaine from Spain. We have Anis Donovan from Ireland, Hitomi Takaku from Japan, and Olivia Mcginnis from the United States of America. With that, we see Denise making her way now into the judges' eddy, just getting herself ready. She's a multiple-time Austrian champion, so no stranger to competition. She's been on the international freestyle circuit for a number of years now, placing 8th at the European Championships in Paris 2021. And it looks like she's now got the thumbs up from Shep, our head judge.
All right, our first paddler has the thumbs up here in our women's semifinals, dropping in to twin waves, getting a wing over, looking for that entry 2 score. As she backs it around, pulls around a nice McNasty. As she spins around, she's going to go for a McNasty in the other direction. Starting off, getting lots of points right on the board. These athletes are trying to score these moves for the judges. Huge loop, probably getting a huge bonus on that loop. They get a bonus for air and or for huge if they go big enough. She goes for a phonics monkey, the cross bow initiated pirouette into a front loop or flip. As she sets it up, looks like she's going to go for a Space Godzilla to the right, and then right at the buzzer, going for another Space Godzilla. Very solid first ride from our first paddler here in the semifinals, Denise from Austria.
Yeah, you can tell from her paddling style, very, very controlled. If you just look at the replay now, going for that right McNasty, keeping the boat relatively straight. Remember, the judges are looking for 20 degrees of upstream when landing any of the front flip tricks. You see this massive loop, head clean out the water the entire time. She'll be looking for the huge bonuses on that particular trick. So just a reminder, not only are the competitors looking for their base tricks, the points from that, they're also looking for these bonuses. So if their boat is very high out the water, they might get a huge bonus. If they don't use the paddle at the end of the trick, they might be getting a clean bonus. And that's really when you start to see these high scoring rides. Up next, we have Nuria Fontaine from Spain. You can see the Spanish team gathering on the side to cheer her on. We've got our score coming now for Denise, 615 points, a solid start. She'll be wanting to improve on that in her second ride, just to make sure that she is clearly through into the final order.
Alex, how does how does it work here in semifinals? How many rides do they get? What counts to move them on to the finals, which is our top 5 paddlers?
So I believe each competitor gets 2 rides, and then their best ride is taken forward. And with that, we will go into Nuria's ride.
Nuria Fontaine dropping into twin waves right away with a wing over, looking for that entry 2. Sets up, goes for a McNasty. You can see the paddlers moving over to the surfer's right side to get set up as she goes for the McNasty in the other direction. Ooh, high on the pile there, unfortunately getting a flush. These athletes need to stay on the feature to score whatever move they threw. So unfortunately, she may not score that McNasty as she's going to go for it again. There it is. Ooh, not quite getting the right angles and getting a bit of a flush. Nuria Fontaine struggling a little bit to get things going here on her first ride in semifinals. That's okay. She's got another ride. Best ride of 2 will count. And that's it for Nuria Fontaine first ride looking like she's got 210 points on the board. She'll be looking to improve on that in her second ride.
Yeah, she unfortunately got lucky and flushed a couple of times, so that's where she executed a trick and then ended up coming out of the feature as a result. It's quite unfortunate. It means you have to then paddle back up into the hole. You can't be scoring points when you're not in the feature. You can see the score coming through now, 210 points for Nuria Fontaine Masso. She'll be making her way back up into the top eddy for her second chance to provide the score that will take her through into the second round. Up next we have Anis Donovan from Ireland. Just getting the thumbs up from head judge Shep. She'll be making her way down into the feature now.
All right, here is Anis from Ireland. I hear the drums pounding from the Irish team. There's a sea of green team uniforms up there. Beautiful entry move from Anis. She sets up in that favored surfer's right spot to get a huge loop, holding her paddle up there a little bit, trying to clean it up and get that clean bonus. So she goes for a phonics monkey. She does a 360-degree pirouette into a front flip. Needs to get those ends up over 45 degrees for that phonics monkey to count as she goes for a McNasty, pulling it right around. Nice and vertical. She's going to go for the McNasty in the other direction, showing how she made it to the semifinals here. Having a great first ride from the young Irish woman as she does a Space Godzilla. Unfortunately, I think she was trying to link it into something else, not quite getting that link. That'll be it for her first ride. A solid first ride on the board for an ace.
Yeah, a really, really good performance so far throughout the entire competition from Anis. This is her first World Championships. And really putting down some solid rides all throughout the competition, and that consistency is what has brought her so far already. We're just waiting for that finalized score to come through now. You can see on your live stream this beautiful McNasty, which is a 180-degree rotation that flows directly into a front loop. Technically quite a difficult trick, but very high scoring, and kind of the basis of a lot of these rides in the top 10 of the women's category. So still waiting for that score to come through. We've got a team of 3 judges who are looking very carefully and trying to deliberate what the right score is for Anis's ride. Team led by head judge Paul Shep. You might be able to see him on the video giving his thumbs up. He is the lead judge. He'll be giving the signal to all of the athletes when they are ready for them to complete their ride. Still waiting for that score to come in. It's a nerve-wracking position to be in, right? And with that, we've got the score come in of 476 points. Good baseline that will put her into second for this heat so far. But remember, we've got a lot of competitors to come, so we'll see if that stands. Next up, we've got Hitomi Takaku from Japan. Defending world champion, I believe.
Yeah, she is. She's wearing that #1 bib. Single-digit bibs show that they're a defending world champion. Hitomi here, she drops right into a nice entry McNasty, really stepping it up on that entry move, looking for that entry 3 score. There it is, going for a McNasty. Sets back up into the favorable side of the foam pile, going for McNasty in the other direction. Maybe not quite pulling it up vertical. We'll see what the judges have to say. Alex and I are going to call it as best as we can, but we are not the judges. They have the final count over there in the judging stand as we see Hitomi getting a nice big loop. That loop is a nice big vertical front flip on the wave. She's going to set back up. Looks like going for a phonics monkey. Pulling her boat around. Once again, not quite finishing perfectly vertical, but there she is right at the buzzer trying for that McNasty again. I'm seeing 413.33 points as their preliminary scores. It goes up to 420.
Yeah, good first ride. Let's talk a little bit about some of the tricks that you'll be seeing today. One of the main tricks that is one of the first that these athletes will learn to perform is a front loop. I think you just saw an example there. So the competitor will push the bow of their boat into the water, as you can see here, and then flip the boat over the head, landing in a front surf within 20 degrees of upstream. There we go. Score coming in at 460 points for Hitomi. It's a good baseline. She'll be looking to improve on that for a second run, just to make sure that she's comfortably into that top 5 that we're taking through to the finals. Up next, we have bib number 74, Olivia Mcginnis, coming all the way from the United States of America.
Yeah,
Sure.
very strong young American paddler. I believe this is her first senior world championships. She's on the feature, drops right in, goes for a big loop. She's going to move over, sets up, goes for a McNasty, really pulling them over nice and vertical, selling these moves to the judges. There it is in the other direction. Once again, nice and vertical, what the judges want to see. There's no challenge judging those moves. As she goes for a Space Godzilla to the right. Oh, catching another end. Maybe he was trying to link it into something else, but landed a little bit too hard on her bow. Catch up, she's back on the feature here at Twin Waves. She sets up right away, going for the Space Godzilla to the right. Maybe not getting the air or space part, but she's going to try it to the left, right at the buzzer, and that'll be it for Olivia Mcginnis' first ride.
Yeah, you can tell she's a very seasoned competitor. Just the way that she approaches her ride, she very much sets up for tricks when and goes for them when she knows that she can land them. There we go, score coming in 396 points. Good first ride for Olivia, putting her into 4th position at the minute. Olivia being this is her first year competing in the senior women's category, but she has previously claimed 3rd position in the junior women in 2017 and 2nd place in junior women in Spain in 2019. So she knows what the competition pressure is like, and she'll know how to handle herself well. Up next, we have bib number 160, Denise from Austria. She'll be looking to improve on her first ride, although she's already in #1 position for this heat. So 615 is the score to improve on, just making her way down into the feature now.
All right, she's on the feature, setting up nice entry move there, going right around into a McNasty. Showing off those cool graphics on the bottom of her boat, into the McNasty in the other direction, coming up with her paddle high in the air, maybe trying to show that she was clean. She really wants to sell the one McNasty that maybe was a little bit off axis, not landing within that 20 degrees of straight upstream. Nice big loop, nice and vertical, probably getting a air bonus on that loop. As she drops in, let's see, Phonics Monkey. Not quite getting the finish on the Phonics Monkey. She pulls into the eddy. She knows she's got 3 seconds left. She's going to try for one more move. Not quite enough time. Another great ride from Denise.
Yeah, just throwing a McNasty in the end just for the fun of it. And that's a big part of what this competition is about. Is about the athletes getting to showcase all of their hard work, but also enjoying their time here. It's very much a sport about enjoyment. We like to take ourselves somewhat seriously, but not too seriously, right?
It is very serious to some. When they're on the water,
Yes.
they're being serious. When we're off the water, we like to have a lot of fun. It's a great community here. We've had a chance to see a couple of the local Nottingham pubs and watering holes, taking up in some of the traditional British culture here, which has been great. The Brits have opened us with open arms here in Nottingham. Pretty amazing to see the crowd out there today. We've got probably 200 or 300 people lining this course, watching these semi-final ladies throw down. Next up, we've got
Nuria Fontaine in Masso. So she'll be looking to improve on her first ride score of 210 points to make sure that she is well up in the leaderboard to progress through to final round. With that, we'll see her moving down into the Twin Waves feature.
All right, Nuria Fontaine Masso in with a nice big vertical wing over. As she sets up, she's going into a McNasty. Let's see what else she's got for us here. She sets up again, going for the McNasty in the other direction, nice and vertical. Spanish crowd cheering. Her brother Kim Fontaine Masso, former world champion, here as well. It's a family sport for them. As she gets a nice big vertical loop. Drops in again, going for a Space Godzilla to the left. Definitely getting a few more points on the board in this ride. She's still got 12 seconds left. Lots of time. She goes for the other Space Godzilla to the right. Maybe not quite getting enough air, so she's going to try it again. There it is. Nice and snappy. Going for a phonics monkey right at the buzzer. Maybe not quite pulling that around as well as it needed to be. She looks up at the scoreboard, having a look. She's watching. Great smile. There it is.
Look at this entry move. Absolutely beautiful, keeping her head well out of the water. Let's just talk a little bit about the entry moves. So there are 3 different types of entry moves that you can pull in a freestyle kayak competition. It's entry 1, entry 2, and entry 3. Entry 1 being the most basic, scoring only 30 points. And that's where your head stays in the water whilst you complete the roll as your boat connects with the feature. And you move on to entry 2, which is what we saw Nuria perform, where the head stays out of the water. Score coming in now for Nuria, 386 points. Unfortunately, not enough to move her up in the rankings. Only just, though. Only just below Olivia Mcginnis's ride of 396 points. Up next, we have Anis O'Donovan. She'll be looking to improve on her 476 points. Just making her way down into the feature now after the thumbs up from head judge Shep.
All right, the biggest thumb in freestyle is out, and Anis is on the wave. Or hold, depending on who you ask. Here she is, twin waves. Nice big loop. Showing why she made it into the semifinals. Going for a phonics monkey, pulling it around nice and vertical. Very big high scoring trick as you see the scores racking up as she goes for McNasty. Definitely having a solid ride here. She wants to move further up this board and get into the finals. McNasty in the other direction. Sets back up into the corner pocket over here on the surfer's right side. She's got 8 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what she's got for us. She drops in for a huge loop. Anis O'Donovan of Ireland having a solid second and final ride here in her women's semifinals.
Yeah, very strong indeed. You can see all of the, in fact, we have a replay of one of her earlier loops looking rather straight. And here we can see this McNasty. Just about managed to get the boat aerial. So you have the base score for the McNasty, which is, I believe, 120 points. And then you can get an air bonus on top. God, look at that. Huge loop. Plenty of air. You see her now just sat in the bottom eddy waiting for the score to come through on our big screen. Currently sitting at 443 points. The judges will be just discussing some of those tricks. Do they want to award some extra bonuses? Is it within the tolerances? And we'll see that score finalized momentarily. You've got a strong Irish crowd here out today. You can see them all in their green team tops and holding their Irish flags very, very high indeed. They've also got a drum, which, to be honest, I think is a brilliant idea to bring down, although I haven't heard it yet.
Oh, it's here. I've heard it. They've been beating on that thing all morning. Their score is tallying up there. You know, the judges are up to 490 there now.
I see a little smile on her face. Hey.
Up into, looks like second place. 5:03, solid ride. I'm wondering if that might be enough to get her into this afternoon's final. There's a lot more ladies that may have an answer to that question coming up very soon.
Yeah, absolutely, but very, very strong performance from Anis, and also, again, her first World Championships. Up next, we have Hitomi Takaku. Of course, she'll be looking for that top spot in the first heat as she wants to make it all the way through to the finals. She's been around the scene for a long time. She's no stranger to competition, and I'm sure she's got a good response coming.
Yeah, Hitomi is a competitor, and that is one of the reasons why she's reigning world champion here, wearing the #1 bib with a beautiful entry McNasty, looking for that entry 3 score to go up on the board. She goes into another McNasty. And I think she's going to answer back with the McNasty in the other direction. There it is. Nice and big. She really wants to move up on this leaderboard, and a nice big loop. All right, she sets up, going for the crossbar phonics monkey. Having a really solid ride here. Hitomi getting a nice spin, drops in. She's going for a Space Godzilla to the left. She's got 10 seconds left. Let's see what she's got left for us here. She wants to move on to the final. Space Godzilla to the right. 1 second, that'll be it for Hitomi as she throws a Felix right at the buzzer. We haven't seen many of those out here. Some people used to make fun of that trick, but you know what? It's points on the board, and that's what you need right now. Hitomi showing right now our preliminary score up to 718 points.
Yeah, very, very strong performance, and you can just see her competition experience shining through. And look at this McNasty. Textbook execution within those 20 degrees of upstream, giving the judges absolutely no doubt on these moves. And you can see that Felix, it's an upside down 360-degree rotation of the boat while staying retained in the feature. It's quite a difficult move, actually. Your chances of catching the stern and flushing off are quite high. Fortunately, seeing the score go down a little bit as the judges re-look at some of those moves. It's going back up again. Up to 675 now. If this score is confirmed, that will push her into the first place position for this heat, and looking like she's got a shot at the finals tomorrow evening, where we will crown our next world champion.
Absolutely. If she goes to the top of this heat, she will have the best chance of doing that. We have one more paddler on deck, bib 74, Olivia Mcginnis. There's that score for Hitomi, coming in at 675 points, moves her to the top of the leaderboard currently. We have one more paddler left to go in this first heat of the women's semifinals. We have 5 more ladies coming up in the second heat, and every one of them will have a chance to knock these 5 paddlers out of the finals, which is going to happen tomorrow evening here in Nottingham, England. As she drops into the feature, she sets up right away. She likes to do a loop right off the bat, and there it is again. Ooh, catching an edge and bobbling out. Not what Olivia wants right now, but she still has lots of time on her clock. 32 seconds. She can get a ton of points in that amount of time. She knows what she needs to do as she makes her way out onto Twin Wave. Spinning around into a McNasty. Working hard to stay back on this feature as she moves across into the more retentive pocket. Nice, solid McNasty there. Sets up nice and high. Gonna go for a phonics monkey. Not really getting it. She's got 1 second left. And that'll be it for Olivia Mcginnis' second ride. I think she'll be sticking with her first ride score of 396.67.
Yeah, I see Coach Clayride on the side just walking down the bank. You see this McNasty here. And just about getting the boat out of the water for that air bonus. Score coming in at 223 points, which means she will keep her first ride score of 396. And with that, our first heat of the Women's Kayak Surface semi-finals has concluded. Our current running order is Hitomi Takaku in first, Denise Rebanera from Austria in second, Anise Donovan from Ireland in third, Olivia Mcginnis from the United States of America in fourth, and Nuria Fontaine Imaso in number 5. Now we have one more heat to go, and I'm sure we'll be expecting some big rides. Remember, these are the top seed competitors from yesterday's competition in semi-final 2. So we'll be starting with Emma Witherford, bib number 123 from Great Britain, followed by Emily Jackson from the United States of America, Marlene Deverlin from France, followed by Laurie Davis from Great Britain, and Otto Robinson-Shaw from Great Britain as well.
That's right, we've got some amazing action coming up here in our second round of the Women's Kayak Surface Boat semi-finals. We're going to sign off here for a few minutes. I'm Matt Hamilton, joined by Alex Walters. We'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes to bring you that second heat. All right, welcome you back. I'm Matt Hamilton, bringing you the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships 2022 from Home Pierpoint County Park here in Nottingham, England. We have our women's kayak surface semifinal, second heat coming up in just a few moments here. Our athletes are on the water. The judges are sitting down in the judges' stand. The crowds are growing. I can't even see them all here. They're all the way wrapped around town on the riverbank here in this kind of a beautiful stadium-like setting here in Nottingham. Alex, what do you know about this facility here in Nottingham, England? It's a pretty impressive place, the whole water sports center, or National Water Sports Center that's going on here.
Yeah, I believe this was one of the first white water courses ever to be built for Slalom World Championships, I believe back in the either 80s or 90s. A lot of pedigree here. A lot of world championships have been held not only in freestyle. I believe there was a freestyle world championships here many years ago, but also a number of slalom events. And we also have the regatta course running alongside the white water course, which is where we're located. It's a stunning venue, and we've been very lucky and privileged to be supported by Home Pierpoint Country Park all the way throughout this event. Really, without them, it would not be possible. We're just waiting for our first athlete, Emma Witherford, in the top eddy to begin her run. So the order for this competition is, or this particular heat of the semifinals, is Emma Witherford from Great Britain, Emily Jackson from the United States of America, Marlene Deverlin from France, Laurie Davis from Great Britain, and Otto Robinson-Shaw also from Great Britain.
That's right, Alex. We get a stacked heat here in Nottingham for the World Championships. You can see Emma Witherford getting ready, visualizing her ride. A lot of mental training goes into freestyle, keeping it down, keeping your energy levels high enough that you can throw these moves, but low enough that you don't unravel in the middle of the hole. It's pretty impressive when you watch a ride come together and you see them by the time they've gotten to this semifinals. They've done a number of rides. They're starting to get tired. There's a lot of stimulation going on here, a lot of athletes, a lot of friends. There's a big social community here. All of those things can kind of weigh you down before you get to your semifinals and final rides, but these athletes are here working under that pressure, and they're here to perform.
With that, we've got a big cheer from the crowd as Emma Witherford is making her way down. Nottingham local, lots of friends in the crowd. They'll all be cheering her on today.
Emma Witherford in the feature with a nice, looked like she was going for entry McNasty. She wants that entry 3 score on the board as she spins around, setting up, getting a spin on the board, going for a McNasty. Oh, getting a bubble out of the back of the feature. She's going to work her way up to the top. That beautiful Gigi Parad boat with the racing stripes right up the middle. I favor the racing stripes. Most people know my helmet. All right, Emma's back on the feature. What's she got for us? She drops her nose into a nice big loop, holding her paddle nice and high, looking for those huge and clean bonuses. She spins around again, trying to get set up. She drops her nose in, going for a loop again, right at the buzzer. Pretty good ride there from Emma. I know she's got more. That's why she was in the top 5 coming into this round and now in the second heat of semifinals.
Yeah, unfortunately, she flushed out of the Twin Waves feature halfway through her ride, which meant she had to paddle back up, spending some of that precious time that she has available to her, scoring points. You can see that big loop there, plenty of air, putting her paddles in the air to signify to the judges that the trick was clean. The final score coming in of 163 points. She's going to have to improve that quite considerably for her next ride if she wants to make it through to the finals tomorrow. Up next, we've got Emily Jackson, bib number 109 from the United States of America, just sat in the eddy, big smile on her face, getting ready to compete in the women's kayak surface class.
I hear her in-laws, the Troutmans, on shore there. Paula Troutman ringing the cowbell as she drops into Twin Waves. Nice big loop right off the bat. Oh, I think she was trying to maybe link it into some cartwheel. Sets back up here on the surfer's right side into a big Space Godzilla to the right into a split wheel. Maybe not quite pulling that split wheel around back to 90 degrees upstream. She drops in for another loop, maybe Space Godzilla. She did twist her boat a little bit there, and she's going for Space Godzilla to the right. Not quite getting the amplitude we usually see out of Emily Jackson, but I know she can get it going with a nice big McNasty, pulling over nice and tall. She's got 10 seconds left. Let's see what she's got for us. She goes for that McNasty in the other direction. 3, 2, 1 left on the clock. Let's see what she's initiating right there at the buzzer. Split wheel. All right, let's see what the judges have to say for Emily Jackson.
Yeah, good first ride, getting plenty of tricks in the run. Of course, there's always the question whether they score. You can see this loop here, or Space Godzilla, excuse me, trying to get the twist in the boat, and that's the big differentiator between the Space Godzilla and the loop. Both of them are front flips, but the Space Godzilla twists 90 degrees as the boat's in the air, landing back upstream within the 20-degree tolerance that the judges are looking for. You can see there, Emily Jackson just trying to recover after that ride, coming in with a score of 456 points. That will move her into 4th position, but we still have 3 other ladies who will be looking to score enough points to make it through into the final round. So any score above, I believe, 675 will show a automatic qualification into the finals tomorrow evening. We can see the French crowd gathering on the side now for Marlene Deverlin as she's dropping down into the hole.
And here she is, level 6 team athlete, French woman. Nice, huge entry McNasty gets set up. She's going to go for the nasty in the other direction. Oh, another McNasty to the left. Oh, catch a bit of a bubble, rolls up, still retraining the feature, which is where you want to be. That's the only place you can score points as she throws a nice big loop. I love some of these graphics that they have on the carbon boats. As Marlene sets up into a space into cartwheels, trying to get some of those link bonuses there. And she drops in, huge Space Godzilla to the left. Definitely getting some bonuses on that. And right up out of the water as she goes for a phonics. Monkey right at the buzzer. Oh, I think that might be enough to move her up into that first spot. Yeah, big fist pump. She's happy with that. The French crowd's going nuts.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant ride. Look, we can see this entry 3 here, just about getting air on the boat. That pushes it up into the highest band of entry move. Oh, look at this McNasty. There we go. Just quick and sharp, making sure she gets the points on the board. Lovely right space into those cartwheel ends, maybe going a little bit over vertical. She looks happy with that. Big smiles. Talking to her fellow French team members on the side of the bank. They're going to be making sure that she's in the right headspace to compete in her second run. She would, of course, be looking for improvement. All of these athletes are very much perfectionists. They want the best ride that they know is absolutely at the edge of what they are capable of. God, she looks very happy with that.
Yeah, she's cheering. She knows that's enough to get her into the finals where she wants to be. She's the reigning silver medalist from 2019. So she would like to get on the top step of the podium. She's been a medalist more than once, and we would love to see her maybe take the top step. But it is any of the ladies' game at this point in time. We still have 2 more athletes to go in the first runs here. They get 2 runs. The best will count to see who's going to move on to the top 5 final tomorrow evening here in Nottingham.
Yeah, just waiting for that score to come through for Marlene. 733 points looks like our provisional score. We're just waiting for the judges to confirm. They might be discussing a couple of the bonuses. Oh, and there we go, come through with a confirmed score of 733, moving her into first. So we know that we'll be seeing Marlene Deverlin in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and here we go. One of your countrywomen from Great Britain, Laurie Davis. She's well known here at Nottingham. She's been helping out with the announcing as well.
Making her way now down into the hole. She's been given the thumbs up from head judge Shep.
There we go. Love the metal flake pink and blue boat. as she drops in right away into a nice McNasty. Pulls it around, sets up, goes to McNasty in the other direction. Oh, getting a bubble, not what Laurie would hope for, as she's being cheered up the eddy by the crowd. She still has 27 seconds left on the clock for her. Lots of time to get a bunch more points. She's going to set up and go for that McNasty again. There it is. All right, she's got a job to do. Let's see what else she's got. She gets a spin, sets up, right into a big loop. Oh, gonna have to work back into the feature. Definitely got good pop there. She goes for a lunar orbit. Oh, catching another bubble. Laurie's getting bounced around a little bit by Twin Wave today, right at the buzzer. 470 points on the board. That may actually, 486. That may move her up a little bit here and get her into the final. We'll have to see what the judges say.
Yeah, Laurie being a European champion here in Nottingham all the way back in 2006. He's been on the competition scene for a long time. You can see that loop there, getting plenty of air. You can tell how much Laurie's been practicing these individual tricks, making sure that they are absolutely perfect for the judges. You can see the score slowly increasing all the way up to 516 points now, which if it gets confirmed at the current level that it is, will move her into the 4th position. And there we go. 516 points coming in for Laurie Davis, moving her to 4th position, currently in the qualification zone. But up next we have Ottilie Robinson-Shaw, who I'm for sure will be wanting that 1st place spot from Marlene.
Absolutely. Ottie is warming up here. She has potential to kind of break some history here this week, and she's on track to do it. She has a gold medal already in the women's squirt category. She's favored here in the K1 category, as well in the women's C1, which is debuting here at the World Championships. She's in the lead there as well. So very strong paddler. Dropping in here right away with a huge entry McNasty, looking for that entry 3 score. Back, oh, trying to get the McNasty going. There it is. All right, she sets up over in the surface right side, backing into the feature, looking for that McNasty again. She seems to know exactly where she is at all times here in this Twin Wave feature. She is the local girl as well. Nice big loop. Very strong paddler. She's working her way up at the top of the foam pile. She wants that Space Godzilla. Going for that huge bonus there. Into a Phonics Monkey right with 10 seconds left. Oh, into a lunar orbit, linking it into a loop. Oh, unfortunately catching a bit of a flush there, but I think that's going to put her up to the top of the leaderboard here. She'll have one more ride even to improve on that if she wants. But right now, her preliminary score is 936 points, 6-7.
Incredibly strong ride from Ottie there. You can see all the training has paid off for sure. She's actually moved to Nottingham with her partner Harry, living at the campsite. And she's been training here really for the last 10-12 months, almost exclusively, preparing for this World Championships, and you can see the results in that space. Absolutely massive. Final score coming in at 810 points, moving her into 1st position for the first heat of, the second heat of the semi-finals for women's kayak surface. We're going back up to the top of the order with Emma Witherford, fellow teammate for Ottie Robinson-Shaw, also from Great Britain.
Yeah, I think Emma wants to improve her first ride. She didn't have her strongest ride there. She's getting her mental prep done down there in front of the judges' station, or judges' booth. We got 3 judges out there. Head judge Phil Shep. We got the timekeepers. We got the arena announcers going, myself and Alex here in the announcing booth. Lots of people helping out. A giant crowd here ready for Emma Witherford of Great Britain. She slows herself down, trying to find her spot, eyeing it up, drops right in. Nice entry, trying for an entry McNasty, not quite getting it as vertical as she may have liked. She drops in for a nice loop. She knows she's got her work cut out for her here. Let's see what she's got. She spins around, sets up, goes for a Space Godzilla to the right. Maybe linking it into a bit of a cartwheel end. spin around, goes for the McNasty in the other direction. She's high in the foam pile. She's got a, oh, I thought she was going to drop in for another loop style move. Oh, looks like backing it up here. She wants the McNasty again, really wants to sell that to the judges. There it is. 403 points on the board, trying to go for a lunar orbit right before the buzzer. 550 points.
This is going to be a tight ride on the right on the bubble, as we like to call it. That zone where the athletes might be in qualification, they might not be for the next round. So it's looking like it's going to be around the 550 point mark. A solid improvement from her first run of 163 points. You can see now on the replay, Emma going for these McNasties, which she's absolutely mastered. Brilliant execution. Dead straight, and exactly what the judges are looking for. Remember, they're looking for the 20 degrees within upstream whilst landing these loop tricks. So just wait for the judges to confer. There we go, score coming in at 540 points, pushing Emma Witherford into 5th position, currently right on that qualification line.
All right, next up, ranked currently in 8th spot, Emily Jackson. She's looking to work her way up on that. Big smile. She looks like she's ready to go. She's looking up to the judges to see if she's can get that thumbs up from Paul Shepard. And she's got it. As she makes her way up to the edge of the pole, she's dropping in. She's got her eye on the spot where she wants to be. Sets up right away. She likes to start with a nice big Space Godzilla to the right. She sets up. Drop in. Nice big loop. Into some cartwheels. Scoring points all the time here. And she goes for a nice big Space Godzilla to the left. Emily's got to get a few more points on the board. I know she can. Here it is. She's going for that McNasty. Maybe pulling it around. Hard to see if the angles landed quite well. There she goes for pulling the other one around. She knows what she has to do here. Really, she's got 9 seconds left. Oh, I think she's got time for one more big trick. Let's see what it's going to be. Into some cartwheels to the right. Linking into a split wheel. 533.33 points. That has Emily just outside of making it to the finals. Let's see what the judges have to say, Alex.
Yeah, Emily targeting a score of 615 points for a confirmed qualification into the finals. The judges will be looking closely at these tricks to see whether they can award any points. God, look at this loop, plenty of air. Trying to push it into those split wheels. Really lovely execution from Emily. She's very precise as to how she completes these tricks. You can see nice and vertical cartwheels, which is something we don't always see, particularly in these modern freestyle kayaks. There you go. Emily looks happy with that. She's got a big smile, just looking at the screen now, waiting for the score to come through.
Yeah, she's got a lot of family here as well. For the Jackson 550, she's ranked 5th. She's on the bubble, that's right.
Yeah, only one paddler will determine the fate of Emily Jackson, and that will be Laurie Davis, who will be paddling after Marlene, who will be up next.
That's right, Laurie Davis of Great Britain is the last paddler who might be able to knock Emily off. She's still coming here in 2 paddlers. Next up, we have Marlene Deverlin. She is the reigning silver medalist from 2019. She'd like to move up a step on this podium, but I think Otto Robinson-Shaw might have something to say about that. But right now, it's all about Marlene of France as she backs into the feature, going for entry McNasty, getting it nice and high. Maybe even getting a bit of a huge bonus on that. Throwing it around the McNasty the other way. Really textbook tricks, nice and vertical. Really selling it to the judges, going for that McNasty in the other direction. She works her way back over to that favored surfer's right pocket. Ooh, getting a bit of a bubble high on the foam pile. Almost washing out, but she's a strong paddler, able to work her way back in, going for a back loop. I think she wants that back loop McNasty. She's looking for it. Let's see if she's got some combo points in her. She goes for a Space Godzilla to the right. She's got 5 seconds left on the clock. She's going to set up again. One more move. Oh, trying to get the phonics monkey going. Instead, she's just going to do some cartwheels for us.
Yeah, that's a sign of some really exceptional paddles. You can see this little paddle spin for the crowd.
Oh, yeah. Air guitar as she's flying out there. Marlene, a seasoned competitor here, having a little bit of fun after that. She knows she's already into the finals with 733.33 points from her first ride. So she's comfortable. She knows she's cruising at this point in time. We're gonna see her paddling again in our finals tomorrow evening.
Score coming in at 406 points. So she'll be taking her first ride through to determine her final ranking. You can see kind of these more advanced paddlers, often they're very adaptive within their runs. They will change what tricks they're doing depending on how they feel the water's moving. And it just goes to show the skill level that these athletes have, making split-second decisions. But up next, we have Laurie Davis.
That's right, Laurie Davis coming down right now. She knows she has to put together a solid ride if she wants to make it to the finals tomorrow night. Right off the bat, starting with a nice McNasty. She's going to spin it around. She goes for the McNasty in the other direction, pulling it around really nice. So far, 250 points on the board. She needs lots more than that as she gets a bit Space Godzilla to the right. She surfs across to that favored pocket, sets up, going for a huge loop. Oh, definitely getting some bonuses there, putting the pressure on Emily Jackson with a Space Godzilla to the right. Let's see what else Laurie's got. She's got to get at least one more big move on the board to get up. She's going for the phonics monkey, not quite pulling it around. She's got 3 seconds left, going for a lunar orbit. Oh my, that is gonna be tight.
Yeah, Laurie looking for the judges, hoping that they're going to award her some extra points as they enter into their deliberations. She's going to need 550 points to progress through to the next round. It's going to be close. You can see there some of Laurie's friends congratulating her on her performance. It must be a nervous wait.
Oh, it's coming up a little bit there, 471.67. Fortunately, still not enough to get her into the finals here. Let's see what we've got for her. Is the crowd. Everybody's looking at that scoreboard, and there it is officially, 471.67. Unfortunately, Laurie not making it into the finals. She put in a solid effort there for us. We'll see her up helping us out again, maybe in the announcing booth, but that's not where she wants to be. She wants to be in that women's finals. Our next paddler really doesn't need much of an introduction, but Alex, bring her in here.
Otto Robinson-Shaw, currently your first place starter for the finals tomorrow, dropping in almost for a victory ride.
Yeah, actually, she'll be starting last as she does that huge entry 3, entry McNasty, going for a nice big McNasty there, maybe getting a huge bonus on that. There it is, going for the McNasty in the other direction. I think she can break 1,000 points here. Let's see if she's going to do it for the Space Godzilla. Great, she's putting bonuses on the board pretty much every trick as she goes for a Space Godzilla to the right. Phonics Monkey pulls it around. 10 seconds left on the clock. She's going for a lunar orbit, gonna link it into a loop. Oh, can she keep it in the feature? Oh, right at the buzzer, doesn't matter, she's moving on in the top spot to our finals. She'll be paddling last and have that advantage of knowing what she does or what she needs to do to beat everybody else in that class. That's the advantage of winning here in this semifinal ride, is that you get to go last.
Yeah, worth mentioning how dominant Ottilis looks this entire competition, consistently ranking in that top spot. It just goes to show the skill level of these athletes. Recently graduating from the junior category, making her debut into senior women's.
Yeah,
very, very, very well indeed. There we go, score coming through of 693 points. She'll be taking her first run score through into the finals of the World Freestyle Kayaking Championships for the female category.
Absolutely. What a great semi-final round here. We had some people move up, move down. We've got a little bit of heartbreak. We've got some winning going on. That's what we want to see in sport. That's what sport's all about. The freestyle community is a loving community and a great time, great place to hang out. Everybody's helping everybody out. It's really great to see the community come together for these athletes here. You can see the queue before athletes that will be on to our final rounds where we'll crown a world champion. That's going to be tomorrow evening from Nottingham, England. We'll get you the times for that in just a little while. Alex and myself, Matt Hamilton, we're going to sign off here for a little while. Our men's kayak surface semifinal will be coming up at 1:15, 13:15 Nottingham time. So that's in about 20 minutes. And we'll see you then.
Alrighty, good afternoon, UK local time 1:09. We have, I believe, coming up, men's semifinals.
That's right, 2022 ICF Freestyle World Championship, Nottingham, England, or Great Britain, as I've been instructed to say. I'm Anna Bruno, joined here by...
I'm Hojo.
Fantastic. We have 10 paddlers.
Yeah, let's see who we got here. I believe going first, who also went very first in the entire competition for the men's.
That's right, actually.
Bartosz of Poland.
Tom Dole.
France.
Got Mason Hargrove.
From the U.S.
Joaquin Fontaine Masso, also known as Kim.
From Spain and Catalonia.
One of our local heroes here, Harry Price.
From Great Britain.
Toby Marlow.
Looks like also Great Britain.
Tomasz Kaplinski.
Yep, he's from Poland.
Dane Jackson.
From the United States.
Rob Crow.
From Great Britain.
And David Mcclure.
Who, from Ireland, threw a ridiculous set of quarterfinal runs.
That's right. So we have 10 paddlers cutting to 5. This semifinal round is going to determine who goes on to our finals. 2 rides, 1 ride counts.
That's right. In quarterfinals, we saw a 3-ride format where you still had to add 2 rides together, and that addition of 2 rides makes it really difficult, really challenging because you have to put down 2 consistent rides. Here, they sort of get a little bit of a break, although not as convenient as finals, but they have to put down 1 solid ride of 2, but it's over before they even know it. They're in that second ride, and they're like, oh my gosh, this is it. If I don't do it now. So, and they can see the scores. We can see the scores. We're going to bring you this live stream. You can already see up there on the leaderboard there. We will see these guys, and of course, we have in this round former world champion Kim Fontaine. We have C1 world champion Tom Dole, former junior and actually reigning world champion Mason Hargrove. And so I believe Bartosz probably is in this heat. Probably he might have won European champs. I don't know enough about Bartosz. And Harry Price also just one of the all-around great paddlers.
He's won the British champs quite a few times, I believe, as well as a lot of the other British events here, like the Hurley Classic. What I want to say here, we have 10 phenomenally talented paddlers. This is an incredibly deep field. European champions, world champions, former world champions. And I honestly, Hojo, I don't know who's going to make this cut. We've got a lot of potential for change-up.
It's tough, and one of the more interesting stories is in this list, and I didn't verify this fully. I'm going based on some information, but I'm pretty sure Toby is the youngest senior.
That's right.
Right behind him is Mason Hargrove, also one of the younger seniors, whereas people like Rob Mcclure, Tomasz Kaplinski, Bartosz, these are not, I mean, sorry guys, but you're kind of old. These are not the young seniors. So
they've been competing as long as these guys have been alive, is what you're trying to say?
Well, you know, but that's nice. So we've got a couple of guys now. In the case of Mason, right, he missed that opportunity for that second junior championship.
As did Toby.
So with Toby, so instead they're saying, you know what, guys? We're just going to come here and take the senior championship from you. How about that?
They're like, all the men wished we'd had one more year as juniors.
Exactly.
But it's true. You know, Mason, our reigning junior world champion from our last world championships. Toby, our reigning European junior world champion. He's so young, in fact, that he was 18 and eligible to compete in the European championships this October. So, you know, because the rule is that you turn 18, in the year of the World Championships. You know, October 2021, he's just made that cutoff.
Just squeezes right in, and he's in the second heat. We're talking about the second heat a little bit here as well, but he came in and just threw massive, massive rides. The speed with which he threw was just extraordinary.
Big amplitude, linking tricks.
They're demonstrating that they're in the semifinals for a reason. So right now, I'm looking upstream. I see Bartosz getting ready. We're still about 2 minutes away.
Yeah, that's right. You know, let's also just take a moment to recognize, I think, as you said, semifinals, kind of a brutal round, but this has been a competition so far full of surprises, full of upsets. A lot of competitors going high-low on ride scores, you know, hitting every move they want, maybe trying to go a little bit bigger, pushing that bubble, going for that bigger ride, and then unfortunately flushing off. You know, there's a lot of potential for change-up. There was a few surprises yesterday, and those paddlers that were, I think, expected to make the top 10 and maybe didn't quite make it through. So anyone's game here, which means that 2 heats today, and both of them are going to be worth watching every ride.
Absolutely, and we just got done watching the women's where there was one paddler in the first heat, reigning world champion Hitomi, She was in the first heat, but she squeezed that ride out and snuck in there, and she is now in 3rd place. So we can
Denise Rebnegger of Austria also in the first heat, you know.
That is correct.
Stepping it up to take her on her first European finals.
So it is anyone's game.
World Championship finals, excuse me.
Is,
Where are we?
It is anyone's game, and we are, I believe, at what they call HPP here in Nottingham, home Pierpont. And boy, this facility is just extraordinary. Paddlers have been having fun here. Today we had a big air competition that's going on.
That's right, the biggest loop competition.
Big loop competition, yeah, it's been fun to watch. So right now there's just activity all over. We've got masters competitions. We had flat water. We had all sorts of things going on. But now I'm looking upstream. I see the judges all getting settled. We're looking now for the ubiquitous indicator by head Paul Shep.
That thumbs up. So Bartosz, coming out of Poland, running a lot of development camps, doing a lot of coaching, actually writes a freestyle technical column for Kayak Session magazine, and he's working on publishing a book called Freestyle Unlocked about how to perform your best in freestyle and how to adapt freestyle to other styles of river running. You can see the crowd just giving him that love. He is a crowd favorite, one of, I think, the nicest people out there, and someone who just gives back so much to this community. He, I think, just defines that love of sport.
Well, what it tells you, too, when you look upstream, see his coach, or stand in the coach shop, Caleb Grady. But right now, here he goes. Bartosz coming in for a nice entry 3 with big air, possibly a huge modifier. A little bit of an edge there, had to do a rescue roll, but into it fully. Going into a lunar orbit, going to cartwheel out of it. Into that flushy spot, but retaining very nice. Bartosz has come around lunar orbit the other direction, into the loop, that lunar loop. We've seen lots of those this competition from the men. It is becoming a standard run, getting that lunar the same direction. So now you can do lunar and lunar loop as he does the tricky loop.
You might be wondering why he's done that trick so many times when it only scores once in each direction, but he wants to make sure he's gotten it right, and he's trying to get those link bonuses off of it as he goes for both McNastis, putting air on that second one, starting that textbook execution, going for the phonics monkey with air, keeping it straight, trying to retain the feature. Did you see the wave just bubble up next to him there? And then a loop on the buzzer.
Oh, that was awesome. And what we've seen through this competition from Bartosz and other paddlers is in the quarterfinals, they have the skills to make it through. They're pretty confident. They don't need to throw really big. Now it's all bets off because they're fighting for half the field getting cut, that top spot. So now it's not like they can come and throw a few things. They know they get through. They have to throw those lunar loops. They have to throw those tricky woos. The phonics have to stay in the feature, and that's what Bartosz is fighting for.
That's right. Talking to Bartosz yesterday, you know, he was so stoked to have gotten his tricky roos in both of his rides, and I think for him, he felt that was the trick that made that crucial difference in terms of making the cut. So 936 points. He knows he's going to need to do a little bit better than that, but, you know, still a solid first ride score. As I've said, a lot of bobbles, and Bartosz retaining the feature for his whole ride, showing control. But next up, we've got the young Tom Dole of France. Tom, his second competition as a senior man, our current C1 world champion out of France. Just one of my absolute favorite paddlers to watch. Here we go, Tom dropping in as he goes for that entry 3, linking it right into the McNasty, getting the air bonus on that, not stopping as he goes for the lunar orbit. Oh my gosh, unfortunately just past the flush line. We're gonna have to see if the judges decide to reward that. He still has 30 seconds on the clock. He needs to put down at least 800 points in these next 25 seconds. Can he do it? Let's see. We've got going back for that lunar orbit, cartwheeling out of it, lining it up for that next trick. What's it going to be? Looking for the lunar loop, getting the air bonus on that trick, maximizing the points, trying maybe for a loop or a space Godzilla. You know, unfortunately, he throws his hands up. What are you going to do? Can't control the river.
Yep.
But he knows he's got one more ride to earn his way in that final, or that is top 5.
And yesterday we were watching, we were trying to call it, you know, these bottom 5 got in with combined scores of right around 17, 18, 1900. Well, Bartosz came out knowing that through 900 straight away. He said, no, I'm not messing around. Tom, unfortunately, had a little bit of a rough go on it. That lunar loop was gorgeous there. You can see the amplitude, but that flush was deep. And he fought it. One of those things, they have to make that split-second decision. I'm on the flush line. I'm moving out of the feature. I can back this up. I can spin it around. But if
They're
you
always
can't-
looking. They're always spotting upstream. They're always trying to find where is that landing zone? How do I work my hardest to retain it?
Exactly, and if he can't retain it, he has to make that decision. Do I fight back in or just go out to the eddy? And he made that really difficult decision to try to fight, and that cost him even more time. I suspect next time he's just going to bust into the eddy, but next time Tom is not going to look to flush. But now, looking upstream, who do we got?
Mason Hargrove out of Columbus, Georgia, US of A. Mom Melissa's cheering him on. Sister McKinley Kate will be competing later today. Mason in his first senior men's competition here at the ICF World Championship. Oh my gosh, that was an enormous entry 3, going right into a lunar loop, working hard to retain that feature. You see him dropping his edge there as he goes to surface way back around. Not wasting time. McNasty with air, getting the clean bonus as he throws his paddle in the air. McNasty the other way, going for the lunar orbit. Missing the cartwheel ends out of that, but still a beautifully done trick. Here he goes, going for a big Space Godzilla, linking it into a loop, getting air on both of those maneuvers. Maybe even a huge bonus, lining it up, going for a back loop. Is it going to be a back loop? McNasty just missing that McNasty. Still 3 seconds to go. Does he have time for one more big trick? Unfortunately not. Maybe a loop just for fun. Or a window shade.
Pulling that back loop McNasty out. Now watching the score, it was 970 before that. It stayed 970. It's pretty clear the judges. Oh, there we go. Actually, hang on. I misspoke. Looks like the judges did deliberate on that. Did he land possibly just the back loop? Looks like they gave him the back loop. Probably not the back loop McNasty. That's a trophy move in this realm. What's not a trophy move, and we're seeing it a lot, is the space loop combo. They're just awarding, I believe, the link bonuses on that.
That's right.
And we saw our first space loop in here in this men's semifinals.
It's a tricky move, right? Because the Space Godzilla requires air, but then you have to really flirt with how big can I go on that space while still retaining the control on my bow to then loop out of it, keeping that trick happening in one continuous motion.
That's
Mason,
right.
really known for that explosive style. He really stands up, throws his head and body upstream, waiting for the boat to get the maximum amplitude on his tricks. And you see him trying to get those bonuses, going for not just air, but trying to get a huge air bonus, right? Trying to get those clean, huge aerial McNasties.
Yep, and we're looking at a score that's going to be over 1,000, it would seem. They're deliberating. But right now, looking upstream, we've got Kim Fontaine Imaso from Catalonia, Spain.
Mason breaking the 1,000-point mark there.
Very good. So Mason put himself right to the top. And Keem here, former world champion, won it in 2017 in Argentina with a spectacular ride. He is pumped up today. He is one of our freestyle paddlers who everyone expects to come out here and do well, and consistently has been putting himself up into these rounds. And here we go with Keem.
Fontaine, you can hear the Spanish crowd cheering him on. Sister Nuria competed just a moment ago as he starts things off with that entry wing over. Then for the entry 2, setting up the McNasty with air, trying to clean that up, going for the lunar loop. There it is. What a textbook precision on that move. Trying to go for the huge air loop, getting that clean bonus, spinning it around for the lunar orbit, probably trying to get some next trick, setting up perfectly for the McNasty with air the other direction. Each trick can be done once in each direction. Going for a phonics monkey, maybe a little bit low on that stern. Going for the lunar loop the other direction. Oh, and maybe landing before the flush line. We're going to have to see what the judges say on that one. We have a hard angle here. The judges are upstream, we are downstream, and so what we see is very different.
Yeah, and today the lunar loops are not looking very sticky. Tell you what, that's the second time we've seen a lunar loop that has caused or led to a flush. Keem's going to want to go back and get more points than that. Right now he's sitting at 1,020. It's not a bad place to be. However, yesterday's high-scoring rides were 1,300 and 1,400 points.
That's right.
And we have yet to see those paddlers. So we're going to wait for Keem's score to come in here as we watch. Look at that beautiful phonics. One of the better ones today.
Yeah, I do want to say also, I think there's a misconception here. Oh, we're maybe going up here as the scores flash. You know, there's a misconception here that because HPP is an artificial course, that they can control the water levels. You know, there's a sluice gate that lets water in off of the Trent River running through Nottingham, which means that the river's natural flow fluctuates daily. And so while they can shut the water off completely to prevent paddlers from overtraining at night or to reset features here at the course, they do not control the flow. So 1,080 points for Keem, which puts him at the top of the leaderboard, but he's going to want to go up even further from there. With 2 heats, you want to finish your semifinal round at the top.
That's right. Looking upstream, Harry Price has gone. I met this individual 2015 in Ottawa. He was a junior back then, young kid, just enjoying his time here. And this young kid has turned into a pretty powerful young adult coming out here throwing around.
Yeah, so fun to watch as competitors grow up within the freestyle community, and you just see them getting better and better every year. And Harry also, I think, becoming more and more confident and more outgoing, and now he knows what he wants, starting it off with that entry move with air, linking it right into a lunar loop, getting the air bonus on that trick, racking up those bonuses, making it count, going for the lunar orbit the other direction, trying to get some cartwheel ends, maybe a little bit low, but retaining the feature. Harry wants to be not just in this final, he wants to be on the podium, and he's going to be giving this everything he's got as he goes for that huge McNasty. Oh my goodness, I think I could have stood underneath him on that trick, going for a phonics monkey to the right. He's still got 15 seconds to go, going for the lunar loop the other way. Nope, going for the lunar linking into the cartwheels, going for the tricky woo. Backing it up. What a ride as he goes for that other McNasty as almost a casual afterthought on the buzzer. This is the ride that Harry has been looking for.
There it is, and I tell you what, we can't call it yet, not even close, but that is a ride that can take Harry to the finals without too much debate.
I mean, you know, if you're, I can see the scoreboard flashing here, but if you're hitting that 1,300 point mark, I think it's safe to say that you've got a very strong chance of being in that final. Harry living in a van with partner Otto, who just finished first in her semifinal round. You know, they have been living at this whitewater course. They know this feature. They know its nuances. They're out here training every day. And while I think that's both I think that's an advantage, but can also maybe even be a disadvantage.
Yeah, and you know what's a major disadvantage right now is the first heat looking at the second heat looking at the first heat throwing a 1,300 point ride.
That's
going,
right. Ooh, I might have to step up my game.
Normally these events, the second heat might get up into the top 5, but the first heat sort of has this expectation that they're going to battle out most of it. But with a 1,380 standing as it is, we'll see. That is a threat to all of the paddlers. Harry is definitely saying
that's a gauntlet being thrown down right there.
I'm going to finals right now with this one right. 1,390 just
we're
went up by 10.
Are we going to get to 1,400? The judges will tell. But, you know, I think the advantage is here. You know, 1,390, respectable. Well, I'll call that a respectable first ride score.
And I tell you what, take a look at the
Harry
scores.
Price.
He more than doubled the first ride score. The first ride score by Tom, the bottom score, excuse me, would only qualify to just about 1,280.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I can hear Bartosz pumping up our crowd here. Just a beautiful day here in Nottingham. Bit of cloud cover, bit of a breeze, strong crowd turnout. And thank you to all of you watching on the live stream.
All right, Bartosz coming down. He is known for a big entry move as well and sticking it almost routinely, and there it is. Not very much air under that, but that should still earn him some entry points, and sure enough, 60 points right there. Going right into the lunar orbit, spinning it around. We usually see a lunar loop to the right, just lunar orbits to the left. There is that lunar to the right. Didn't put the loop on it. He can go back and get the lunar loop. And that was the lunar loop right there. Nice, slow, methodical. He's just ticking it off, spinning it around into that McNasty to the right. Backing it up with the backblast McNasty to the left. They typically do this backblast version. Still got just about 10 seconds left as he phonics monkeys around, bringing the points up. He knows he's got to get at least 1,000 points, if not 1,200. Space Godzilla to the right. Just a few seconds left in for that front loop. Not a lot of amplitude, but he does maybe pull a split wheel on the buzzer. We'll take a look, but right now, looking pretty good on the score.
That's right. That was a bit of a better ride for Bartosz. You could see him find his confidence in that ride as he settled into the flow of his routine that he has practiced mentally, he has practiced physically. Not quite getting that tricky woo, but still going for that split-to-split combo at the end. You also saw Bartosz taking a lot of time to go for that lunar loop. You know, you might be thinking, do a different trick, Bartosz. But, you know, if you get the air bonus on that lunar loop, it's worth around 210 points. And that right there is worth a solid 5 to 10 seconds of your time to get the trick the way you want it done.
So there we go, 1,033 points, moves him into third place spot. Bartosz is really happy with that. You know, coming in, very first one to go in the whole comp, that's a stressful thing.
Yeah, and just I think spectacular rides from Bartosz that he, wherever he finishes, should be really pleased with.
All right, now this individual coming from upstream, he knows he's nowhere near. He knows, he just knows that this is it. This is his chance to say, you know what, I'm C1 champ for a reason. I was junior champ for a reason. I'm going to be senior champ. That's what
right.
he wants to tell. And so
one of the
Tom.
best all-around paddlers in the world, about to throw it down here to earn his place in a final. Entry, wing over, going for the lunar orbit, trying to link it into the loop, somehow managing to save that on his bow as he goes for the lunar orbit back in, trying to get the woo tricky. I believe that was a trick we have not seen, a reverse initiated split wheel into a Space Godzilla with a huge air loop. Here we go, Tom Dole going for that McNasty, getting the air on that trick. Tom just spinning it around as he goes for that next McNasty, seamlessly working the feature, moving move to move, 10 seconds left. He still has some points to pick up, maybe just missing that tricky woo. We'll have to see if the judges liked it as he goes for the Space Godzilla to the left. Can he get one more trick? He is not sure.
I'll tell you what, usually you see a trophy move toward the end of a ride. That's a real common place. Paddlers feeling good, they're throwing down. Right at the end of the ride, they go, this whole thing went right. I'm going to throw a trophy worth lots of points. Tom, right in the middle of the ride, said, you know, I'm going to go for a woo tricky, maybe a woo tricky with a loop, which would be like a tricky loop or a woo tricky loop.
A woo tricky with cheese.
Woo tricky with cheese there.
Woo tricky loop, woo tricky loop.
With that space on the end, and he just had to throw that out there, and it did. His score started to go up, 1,026, much better than his existing 643.
Yeah.
Will it be enough? Tom is definitely not happy with that.
That's only going to place him in that third place position, and again, with paddlers to go after him in this heat, including Mason Hargrove, who has potential to up his current score, as well as Keem and Harry. Not to mention this next heat, Tom knows that while he's done well, it may not be enough.
There, Tom down there just going to hang out, blow off some of his stress while in this little curler wave there at the bottom while he waits for the score to come up.
That wave is actually known as Jaws here at the course.
Is it really?
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
It is, isn't it? I think that's really the one just downstream is Jaws. You can see Tom.
All right,
but
10:26 does put him in fourth place, does bump Mason down, who is next. So we're going to have to wait for this round to finish. Right now, they will all qualify by default. However, that does not carry them through. So if we look upstream now, I see Mason Hargrove.
You know, say as we wait for Mason to drop in here, I just want to also shout out Tom competing in the C1 category as well as the Squirt Boat category. So just no stranger to finals, no stranger to competition pressure and experience, and neither is young Mason Hargrove here out of the US of A. Coming out of Columbus, Georgia. He's excited for this World Championship. I know he's also excited for the future World Championship, which is going to be in his hometown.
That's right, and his mother and sisters are here, father and brother at home, along with Joseph and Lucy watching, I'm sure, this live stream.
As well as, I think, all of the Columbus community, that Whitewater Express rafting company where Mason volunteers and works. But right now, he is lining it up, bringing some of that Columbus pride with that entry move with the air, linking it into the, lining up the lunar orbit, trying to get the lunar loop, and unfortunately just not quite getting the pivot on the bow that he was hoping for. He's shaking it off, he spins it off, goes into that McNasty, a trick that he can do with his eyes closed as he goes for the Phonics Monkey, getting that air bonus, trying that lunar loop yet again, still missing it today. Going to back it up, McNasty the other direction, maybe putting a huge bonus on some of these tricks. He is just selling the lunar, but not quite getting the points that he wants out of it, changing up his plan, going for the back loop into the McNasty, stalling it over in a slow motion. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that's going to count, but he might at least get the loop out of it. Yeah, Mason Hargrove still.
One of the issues with the rules are everything has to be in a fluid motion. That's why you can't spin, stall, loop. That's not a McNasty. But that spin to loop combo that's fluid, and that back loop McNasty stalled out. They did give him some points. The points did go up. But let's take a look here at the replay. Beautiful explosion on this McNasty.
I mean, I just love the arc of the water, the spray coming off the bow of the boat.
All right, here we go. This is the back loop McNasty. Nope, this is switch McNasty, excuse me. Also beautiful explosiveness. He got clean on the first one in that first ride. That time he wasn't putting those cleans on there.
I don't think that this ride score will beat his first ride, which puts him in a tenuous position. But, you know, at the end of the day, the worst that Mason can finish here at this World Championship is a top 10 finish. And that is, I think, just absolutely remarkable. To come in 18 years old, first ICF Worlds as a senior, just nothing but, I think, nothing but an accomplishment and rides to be proud of.
That's right. And whereas we had Keem earlier really pumped for this ride, he laid down a pretty significant ride there. Now he's got a bar to reach. He saw Harry's 1390. Keem just sitting behind him by around 310 points. 310 points, you know, 2 trickies, tricky with a loop, and a Space Godzilla.
You say it so casually.
Yeah, exactly. And so here he is with that wing over. He's going to line it back up, bring it right around, going as fast as he can into that beautiful McNasty. Keem known for just powering through this stuff into the lunar loop. He is really laying down what he wants right now. He's on target for a really nice ride, putting the lunar onto it, right into the McNasty the other direction. I suspect we'll see a Phonics coming up, going right for a loop with air. He's just ticking this off one after the other. He's already at 800 points with 20 seconds left. This is a really good ride into the Phonics. Really risky there, but comes back into the feature, does not flush, bringing it on into a nice Space Godzilla to the left. He doesn't link it to the loop, which we've seen, but he still has just about 5 seconds left. Can he put another 100 points down into a lunar the other direction? Lining it back up, 1 second, 0, and that is it. 1,200 points as it stands now. I think he's going to be happy with that.
That is that's a significant increase on that 1,080 if it stands.
Well, again, like we said, yesterday we saw 1,400 roll out. We saw 1,300 roll out. 1,200 is incredible score. I don't think he's going to reach Harry's.
Look at the replay on that clean loop there. So much power, so much explosive. I wish I could take off my headset and put it into the crowd so you could hear Team Spain banging on that drum as they go to cheer him on, keeping the cadence and the rhythm that he needs to put down the pace of that ride.
It just inched up a bit to 1250. He's there in this. He's right in front of us. I can see him staring at that screen.
Yeah.
It's just the excitement in these paddlers, the joy. It's still going up just a little bit.
Well,
now,
we're going to see what happens. This is that nerve-wracking, nail-biting moment where you know you've done what you can do, and the rest is...
Tom chose to go and just surf a little bit, knowing, probably not going to do it. Keem here is just fixated on it, knowing I can do this. This is going to do it. 1266.
You know, 1266, great position for Keem to be in right now. Keem and Bartosz both running junior development camps just prior to the Worlds this week here in Nottingham. And what a thing for these young paddlers to see their mentors, to see their gurus and their coaches competing together in this semifinal, you know. And I just think, God, both of those guys giving back so much to the community, working with the youth, coaching these kids, developing the next generation, and really just showing why they're the best of the best at what they do. And now we have Harry Price out of Great Britain. The crowd is kicking it up a notch. They know that Harry has a lot to offer. Entry 3 with air, nice and big and powerful as he goes into that lunar loop. Oh my goodness, that was huge. Harry, sitting at the top of the leaderboard, can have a little bit of fun right now as he goes for that lunar, linking into cartwheels, maybe linking it into some split wheels, catching his breath as he sets up for the next McNasty, going for the huge air, trying to get that clean bonus, paddles in the air to show the judges I did not use that, going for a Phonics monkey, still 15 seconds to go. He's got time to go for a lot of other tricks, a lunar orbit to the right, linking into some cartwheels, linking it into a tricky woo. That tricky woo was a little bit back loopy. I don't know if it's going to have the rotation that the judges are going to want to see. Will he beat his first ride score? I'm not sure.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I'm pretty sure that 1390 will carry him through. It's a guess. It's anyone's game. So this ride is not going to even come close to that, unfortunately, and he knows it. Really was sort of struggling with getting the flow into that movement. You know, that loop right there, and that McNasty came down just a little too soon. Bouncy, wasn't able to reestablish. But you know what Harry has already said, this is my ride. The first one is going to count. 1,043 so far, still ticking up. These rides do matter for tie-breaking purposes. However, they do not really factor, this one will not factor into his overall ride of 1390. Amazing score. I think he's still pretty happy with his overall performance. We see him downstream there.
That's right. If you've been following along with us all week here, you'll be pretty familiar with this concept that each trick has a specific definition that's been written and predetermined by the ICF, that the judges have known, they've studied, they've watched videos, they've taken tests on this. They are looking for specific angles. They are looking for horizontal rotation. They're looking for the vertical axis, the horizontal axis. They know what they're trying to see, and their job is to call these tricks in real time. They're not working off of a live screen review. So Harry's going to stick with his first ride score of 1390, his second ride coming in around a 1060.
And this shows some good consistency, too, in some ways, where this ride would have put him into third place just by itself. So he is both rides coming to the top, and that's one of the consistent elements that these top paddlers are going to have. You know,
That's right.
Tom's ride of first ride of 643 points. It sort of shows he's not bringing the consistency today.
As we said, such a dynamic feature, constantly changing water levels, forcing these competitors to adapt day after day, ride after ride, and we've seen a lot of high lows, a lot of bobbles, a lot of flushes, and a lot of putting it together, all from the same athletes.
Yep. And right now, so it is basically 1:39 local time, 1:40 local time. We're going to kick this back up just in 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere for this second heat.
Because next up, we've got Toby Marlow, Thomas Kaplinski, Dave Jackson, Robert Crow, and David Mcclure still to come here in our men's semifinal.
And I hope, for myself in particular, and for all the viewers, that Mcclure throws that lunar tricky combo he did in a fun ride yesterday that just blew the crowd out. He also threw a Felix and a shove it. But,
that was great.
But he has the capability of bringing just massive scores, and so we are looking forward to this, so stick around. We'll come back to you here in about 2 or 3 minutes for the continuation of the semifinals in this 2022 ICF World Championship Freestyle Kayaking. right, we are just about ready to get started here for this second heat of men's semifinals.
That's right. We are here at the Twin Wave feature on the HPP Whitewater course as we set up getting ready for Toby Marlow of Great Britain, Thomas Kaplinski of Poland, Dane Jackson of the US of A, Rob Crow of Great Britain, and David Mcclure of Ireland. You know, I've heard a lot of paddlers talking about why didn't they host this World Championship in arguably, I think, HPP's most famous feature, Inlet. And then a lot of them now being here have said Twin is challenging. It's exactly what you want to see for a World Championship. It's risky. It means that you've got to gamble, and we're going to see that gamble in this next paddler, young Toby Marlow.
And here he comes from the top. Toby definitely coming in with some explosiveness. Let's see what he lines up for us. I suspect an entry 3. This is what they kind of have to throw, but he doesn't. Goes for the entry 2, linked right into the McNasty.
That's
Maybe
right.
a few more points in that calculation. Into the lunar orbit, possibly looking for that lunar loop. I bet he comes back for that right here into the lunar loop. He knows what he's got to bring, so he's got both lunars in the loom. And now he's going in for, well, that was interesting. He tried to throw that again. I wonder if he just got confused because
I think so. We saw him go for the lunar and try and cartwheel out of it. We saw him go for the lunar loop. And I think maybe even trying for the lunar tricky combo that we saw him trying yesterday.
There you go. And he's just going to take the flush, unfortunately, and go all the way downstream. I didn't see how far he flushed. I can't see around the corner, but he is not going to be happy with that score. It's going to sit him way down the list, but he has one more ride.
As I was saying, this feature has the ability to really reward you. It has the ability to also kind of punish you when things don't go right. And what you really see here is the paddlers can maybe kind of lose some of that mental focus, lose the composure that they have when their ride plan doesn't go the way it's been visualized or that they prepared for in their head. And rather than fight their way back there up the eddy, like young Toby on that ride, he's like, I'm going to shake it off. I'm going to go make sure I can get the ride I want in my next ride, you know, save my energy. 2 rides, 1 counts. That's the beauty of a semifinal.
That's true. He absolutely has another chance, and he knows it. Also, pretty much our youngest competitor as well. So the competition mind on these younger competitors with these big guns, especially looking upstream at someone like Dane Jackson, you know, that is that's got to be tough. And this is where they get to learn all those skills. Now, looking upstream here again, Tomasz Czaplicki.
Bib number 69 out of Poland. Tomasz, really just a long-time face on this freestyle scene, every year getting better and better, lining it up, going for that entry 3, looking to put air on that and maximize his points, setting up, going for the lunar orbit to the right, backing up, looking for the McNasty, getting some air on that trick. Tomasz keeping it a little bit conservative, not trying to put those huge bonuses on, not going for the clean bonuses yet. I take back my words. There it is. I knew that we'd see it from him somewhere once he got a few points on the board. Going for the lunar orbit to the other direction, just missing that cartwheel end, but retaining the feature, staying in control, only missing a second as he sets up for the Phonics Monkey, trying to clean that trick up after some air bonus. Here he goes, going for the lunar loop. There it is. Working to get that air bonus, working to keep that boat straight, landing in 20 degrees of upstream, and a huge clean air loop into a Space Godzilla on the buzzer.
And here's the benefit of the second heat. Tomasz can look up at that board, and he can see the number 1003 held down by Mason Hargrove. All he's got to do is get 1,003 points. That puts him into a qualifying spot. It's not safe. It's certainly a terrible spot to be, given how this heat can just come and tear things up. However, with that first flush of Toby, Tomasz really only needs to make 5th place for these other 4 paddlers won't mess him up.
But don't forget that we still have 3 paddlers to come, right? So any one of those 3 could place in that top 5, which means to be safe, Tomasz actually needs to take that 2nd place position, which he's still not there.
He does.
So Tomasz still not in a score, like right now, currently.
He'd be sitting right now in 4th place with his 3rd place with his 12-16.
But with 3 paddlers still to come, any one of which could knock him off that leaderboard, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
12:30, it's going up. Tomasz looking at it. You know, partner Zosha did not do as well as she would have liked, but Tomasz is going to say, you know what, for Poland, I'm going to bring it today. I'm going to represent, and 12:30, right into the 3rd place spot. He can do better too. He can do better. He came in really well out of qualifiers into semifinals. So now,
like I said, a little bit of a conservative ride at the beginning for Tomasz before he started putting that explosive bonuses on there.
It's funny we call a 1,200-point ride a conservative ride.
It was a conservative start. It was a conservative start for Tomasz, but He must not have had as many cups of coffee today, but now the man in the pink boat, the one, the only, Dane Jackson of the US of A. This man needs no introduction as he goes for that entry wing over right into the McNasty, linking it up, getting the air bonus and the link bonus, going for the lunar loop to the right, retaining that flush line, lining things up, going for the lunar orbit to the other direction, trying to get some cartwheel ends into a tricky woo. Two of the biggest scoring tricks, going for that McNasty with air, going right into the lunar orbit the other direction. That was textbook. Dane going for the split to the phonics combination, trying to link those points bonuses, going for maybe a loop, maybe a Space Godzilla. There's the Space Godzilla to the left. He knew he didn't quite get the rotation he wanted on that trick. Space Godzilla to the right on the buzzer.
Oh, beautiful for Dane. You know, this is an individual that we all sort of think can just come out and do whatever he wants, And he missed a lot of training early on, so he's had to play some catch-up. I mean, this is an individual who still needs to practice, even though he is extraordinary.
That's right. Dane coming right out of the North Fork Championship, flying to England, testing positive with COVID the day after he arrived, and having to go through that 6-day quarantine before he got those 2 negative tests that made him eligible to take part in the training sessions and to compete. Dane just showing his mastery and his whitewater experience and ninja-ship, dare I say it, as he works to figure out the feature with such little time.
That's right. So Dane right now is sitting in the 3rd place position here. There's 2 more paddlers to go. So if Dane can get this 1386, he will sit in the 2nd place spot.
We're going up.
It will sit him in the 1st place spot, and he will go on to finals if he gets this score. Oh, coming back down.
Oh, my gosh.
But still in the 1st place spot. This is the joy.
The emotional roller coaster.
This is the joy of scoring. The crowd can see it. There's oohs and there's ahs. And even by us, we're excited. So let's see how he settles in.
You know, it's crazy the emotional investment that you can get as a spectator in each athlete's performance. You believe in them, you know, you want to see them do their best. You've seen them out here working. You've seen them out here training. And you just want to see a good show. And I just think this World Championship so far and this twin wave feature has really provided a fantastic show. A lot of moments for who knows what. 1393, sneaking it in to that top spot.
So Dane is a lock. He can go to finals now. There's no way that these paddlers can knock him off. However, that's not guaranteeing him the top spot. He now has to watch Robert Crow and David Mcclure come back in here and throw rides that will basically push him down if they get what they think they can get.
So right now, I think it's fair to say that Dane, Harry, and Keem are safely into the final. We're really going to be watching for Tomas and Bartosz, but there remains a lot to happen here. Rob Crow, hometown hero, dropping an enormous entry McNasty with the air bonus, going for the lunar orbit, cartwheeling it up, linking it into the tricky woo, cartwheeling it the other direction, not quite getting the lunar tricky loop combo that he got the other day. There's that lunar orbit into the lunar loop with air. That's the air bonus he wants. This is starting to be a beautiful ride for local Rob Crow. Back the lunar loop the other direction, going for the McNasty, getting the air, spinning it around McNasty the other way because he can, and it's still worth points. Going for the Phonics Monkey, getting air. Oh my goodness, this is textbook. Going for a big Space Godzilla, trying to get the loop out of it, seeing what's happened. 2 seconds left. One more trick, Rob, please. What a ride. Rob currently holding the current high ride score of the competition. Gosh, can you hear the crowd?
That was extraordinary.
I feel like I'm shouting. It's because the crowd is so loud I can barely hear my own excitement.
We're gonna, folks at home, we're gonna shout at you the rest of the time. You can do nothing about it. Just got to turn the volume down a little bit.
I do apologize.
What's crazy though is this.
Oh my God, the amplitude.
What's crazy though is this. We just saw Dane come throw down 1393, almost 1,400 points. Rob is now sitting 200 points ahead of him. And the differences in the two, Dane is a small paddler. Rob is actually a pretty big guy.
Tall.
Yeah. And so it's just a completely different ride, and now up to 1,500 points.
Well, you know, you really do show that each paddler has such a unique style, right? They might be doing the same tricks, but each trick is initiated differently. Each trick looks a little different. And, you know, you can kind of see the paddlers that train together, the paddlers that have watched video of somebody putting this trick together, putting that trick together, and tried to emulate it.
And that's the first time we've seen in this competition lunar loops both directions. 15:03. He is comfortably in first place. As far as he's concerned, that is probably a pretty decent ride. However, coming next, the guy who took first in the previous round, David Mcclure, he can absolutely come and do that same performance, if not better.
That's right. David Mcclure, our current European champion out of Ireland. He has spent a lot of time here training. Team Ireland here representing in force, cheering him on. Sister Alex competing earlier this week. He's got a lot to give, and will he throw it down? Dropping in for that entry 3, getting the huge air bonus on that. Going right for the lunar orbit, cartwheeling out of it to the right as he goes for the tricky woo and just misses it. Still manages to spin it around and retain the feature. That's not the move that he wanted. He's going to go back for that lunar loop, getting the air on it. It's crazy that these lunar loops seem to be a safe trick for these competitors. Phonics Monkey to the right with the air, spinning it around, going for a huge McNasty. Not quite getting that clean bonus that we saw Tomas get earlier. Gonna line it up for the back loop, trying to go for that back loop McNasty, but still a huge back loop. There's the McNasty with air the other direction. Space Godzilla to the right, going for that loop on the buzzer. So this is not the ride that Dave wanted, and yet he's still flirting with that 1150, 1200 point line. So at this point, if Dave's score can break him into the top 5, he will be in finals. He can relax and get the ride that he wants on that next one as he goes to maybe smash a few point barriers here. And you know, we have seen point barriers smash throughout this competition, so there's no telling.
Yeah, that's right. So right now, Dave can very much score more points than that. He knows this is not the ride. Right now, it's not even putting him onto the board. So he is going to have to come back and fight really hard. It's important to note, too, we had a question come in just now, and so we'll address this. The score going up and down, so long as that's yellow, the judges have full discretion to change their score.
That's right, 3 judges,
Yep.
each one deliberating with their scribe to determine if the scribe's got all of the points that the judges called.
Yeah, and so what happens is if they take off an error or add an error, that's where you get the 0.67, 0.33s. And they have full discretion until that turns green to go back and say, I want to add this, I'm going to take that back off. They discuss it, so that's why we see the points fluctuate. When it turns green, all judges final, that is the score.
So now Toby Marlow, current junior European champion out of Great Britain, coming in, starting things off with that strong entry wing over linked into the McNasty with air, going for the lunar loop. So smooth, so fast, going for the lunar into a tricky woo. Maybe not quite getting that tricky, but maybe getting the orbit. Spinning it around for that McNasty, bringing the air. He's already at his current ride score from his last run, and he's got a lot more tricks to go. So Toby currently in 10th place, fighting for a spot in that top 5, going for that back loop, maybe trying to link it into the McNasty, spinning it around. Didn't quite get the bonus that he was looking for as he goes for a nice Space Godzilla, linking it into the front loop. What a combo move, checking the clock. He's going for that lunar orbit on the buzzer. So this is more of the ride that Toby was hoping for, but maybe not quite enough to put him into a final.
No, it's tough. I tell you what, like we talked before, both Toby and Mason, the younger competitors, coming in here doing really well in the first rounds. They are probably going to need a few more years to take on these big boys, unfortunately.
And, you know, they're going to have them, right? And
They will.
That's the thing. I think the challenge is breaking into your first competition as a senior man, and to already be in that top 10 sits you pretty, nice and pretty. But the next World Championship in Columbus on a wave feature, very different skill set. We might see a whole different crop of paddlers. And so, it remains to be seen, is Toby going to go for that Columbus Worlds, or is he going to wait for the Platling? There's a lot of room for these athletes to pick and choose where they want to put their focus.
And we're going to see right here, actually, what Toby's expectations were on his face.
Yeah.
Was he expecting to really go in, take the top honors? Was he expecting just to throw the biggest he could? 1,100 points. We'll see. He doesn't look terribly happy with that, but you know what?
It was a bit of a,
It's
I'll
rough.
take it.
It's rough, especially after how he did yesterday. but Toby should be very proud of where he is, especially being first year in here as a senior and throwing just down with these big boys.
You know, keep in mind, yesterday 3 rides, 2 counted, right? So you were seeing combined scores, which gave athletes a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more room for error in some ways. And this is the really, can you put it on the line? Can you put down either 1 big score or 2 big scores to really assert yourself? But right now, Tomasz Kaplinski, currently in that 5th place spot, he wants to move himself up the scoreboard to be safe, to see if he will make it into the final. And gosh, I'd love to see him there. Entry move, starting off with air, going for that lunar orbit, keeping it chill as he goes for the McNasty the other direction, getting the air, getting the clean, backing it up. McNasty, huge air clean the other direction. Oh, just tick, tick, tick on the score sheet. Going for the lunar orbit. He's just testing how fast these judges can call these tricks and make sure they're hitting every single button as he goes for the Phonics Monkey with air. Going for the lunar loop to the right. Here we go. Tomas needs at least a 12.66 to be safe. Going for a loop, maybe a Space Godzilla. What's he going to do? A huge Space Godzilla, trying to link it into a split wheel.
Oh, on the buzzer, he brings it up. Like you say, he knew 12.66 is safe because David can still bump off 5th place spot, and Tomas bringing 1,300 points, and he knows it. They can do this math. He is pretty excited.
You could see him in his head watching the scoreboard, thinking to myself, what tricks do I have in the bag? What do I know that I can do? What's going to get me the points I need and be the least amount of risk? You know, it wasn't the lunar loop the other direction. It wasn't even going back to the lunar and adding the cartwheels. It was going for that space and then trying to maximize the space with those cartwheels or the split wheels off of it. Every year, the score sheet has changed. The Space Godzilla going up in point value, which means the link bonus on that trick has also raised in value.
And I suspect in that run, too, he might have got a huge bonus or two. He really brought the power into his routine. 1360 so far. I suspect will settle somewhere around there, which will put him comfortably into 4th place.
A 1360 for him would be, I think that's exactly where he wants to be seeing those scores. At this point, it's unlikely.
He just took over 3rd place.
That's right.
Took over 3rd place.
At this point, it's unlikely that it's going to go much lower than a 1300. 1393.33.
And there he is. Now, right now, he is tied with Dane Jackson. Dane has no second ride score, so this score will determine either a tiebreaker if he goes below it, or what Dane really wants, go above 1,500. So let's take a look.
And let's just talk about Dane. I think increasing his placing in every round so far, coming into the semifinal, maybe as low in a semifinal as we've ever seen him as a senior competitor, and then just stepping it up, bringing that competition experience, bringing that special Dane Jackson mojo.
Yeah, and Dane, so familiar with being in the 1st place spot, has to contend with these new challenges, and he is rising to it now into that wing over. He's done that in both rides now, right into the combo of that McNasty. Beautiful points right off the bat. He's going to fight back over into the lunar. Does he loop out of it? Yes, he does. Classic lunar loop. We'll see if he goes in for a lunar straight away. There it is again, just getting the lunar right back out of that. Right into cartwheels, into the link, into a tricky woo. So he's linking everything together right here. Extra points. Was just cartwheeled out of that. There's a McNasty off to the right. Oh, on the flush line, can he maintain it? Good power. Into the Phonics Monkey around to the right. All of the rights have been done now. He now has to throw all these tricky left-sided moves to start scoring, with the exception of the loop in the space. And there's that loop. Now it's down. He's going to into the lunar orbit off to the left. Manages to contain that one. Into a Space Godzilla to the left, right on the buzzer. And right now his score ticking up. I don't know if it's going to reach the 1,300 mark, but it sounds like it'll probably make the tiebreaker. I'm looking at the scores here. Basically, Tomas, 1230 is his second ride score, or first ride low score. If Dane beats 1230, he will take over 2nd place spot.
That's right. You know, and those tiebreakers matter just for the seeding to go into that final round. It will be their 3 rides in the final that determine their overall placing in the event. So this is just to earn the right to be later to go in your heat, to have that advantage of seeing what the other athletes put down, to know what you need to do to make those top 3 podium spots.
Absolutely. Dane's pretty happy with that, watching the score. He probably will not take over the 2nd place spot. It'll still put him in a nice spot. So today he came in 3rd. He'll go tomorrow, looks like, in third place, depending on what David does. We still have one wild card yet to settle that we do not know.
That's true. And, this score is not yet final. There it is, 12-13.33.
Holds him in third place spot.
Holds him in third place spot, so he could even move down one further.
That's correct. But right now we have Rob Crow. Now, Rob Crow is currently sitting on a very commanding lead. And this is one of the calculations. Rob Crow looks at Dane, goes, Dane is the one of this field that I really had to worry about right now as far as the top score. Now I know what his score is. I can do nothing about David's score. I can't do anything because I don't know what it's going to be. Dane's, he has now, nope, don't have to worry about that.
I mean, this is a moment, right, where Rob's going to have to decide, do I want to use this as an opportunity to practice making sure I get everything I want to happen in my final runs on my final runs? Or do I want to go throw some bonuses, have some fun, and show the crowd the creativity that you can bring to this sport? And I think what Rob is known for, a lot of how they're saying they haven't seen anyone doing what Rob's doing in this feature, starting it off with a big entry 3.
That's
going
it.
for the lunar orbit into a cartwheel and setting up for that tricky woo. Is he going to loop out of it? Nope, spinning it around. Surfing back over to that surfer's right side as he goes for the lunar orbit the other way, linking it into the loop, getting the air bonus, going for the lunar loop the other direction, just because it's on the score sheet both ways now. Why not show off that you can do it?
Exactly.
Huge air McNasty going for the clean bonus. McNasty the other direction, maybe missing that trick. I'm not quite sure. We'll see what they say. Going for the Phonics Monkey. The boat coming a little wide, stalling a little bit as he starts to rush.
Yeah.
Going for that Space Godzilla and just flushing off. So,
Yeah, so not the biggest ride, not the most explosive ride. As a matter of fact, this ride, as it stands, wouldn't have put him even into finals. But again, like you see, he's making a decision. Am I going to practice? Am I going to try to perform? I think that was maybe more of a practice ride. Just keep it down, keep the consistency.
It almost looked to me as he was experimenting a little bit with how fast can I go through this routine, how much power can I put into it and still retain the control and the finesse that I want to make sure these tricks score, right? Like if you're trying to keep track here, and I challenge those of you watching at home, how many tricks are these top competitors putting in their ride? I'm guessing 10 or 11, and Rob might be trying to say, can I put in one more trick in my ride tomorrow?
But right now, we have on the bubble. Not even on the bubble. He's off the chart right now. He is not even in finals. He's in 6th place.
The one man that can upset our final, the last ride of our semifinal here today.
So right now, the most stressed person is
probably David's mother.
David Mcclure. The second most stressed person, Keem. Because Keem is the one who now, his whole finals rides on David. So these two are linked. They are quantumly linked into this entry move, right into his routine. David now knows he has to throw the biggest ride of this event just to get where he wants to do a beautiful lunar loop.
Getting the clean bonus on the lunar loop.
Can he link all this stuff together? Phonics Monkey, he still has plenty of time left into a lunar, the same direction, so he's got lunar and lunar loop, backing it around into the McNasty. Now he can bring this around. Will he start throwing the lefts, or is he going to back into maybe the back loop McNasty? There it is, the back loop McNasty. What a fun maneuver. He is ticking up the points. He has to get to 1266 into a McNasty in the other direction. Just about 200 points shy, under 200 points shy. Huge Space Godzilla. Has he taken over the lead? It looks like he has. Can he bring some more points, move him up the board? There's Space the other way, into the loop.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Space loop combo. He didn't say, I'm not going to, I just want 5th. I don't want 4th. I'm going to challenge Rob for top spot, and right now he has just done that. If the score stands.
If the score stands, he is challenging Rob for that top spot. Once again, when the pressure was on David, really showing that he has the ability to perform under pressure. Just putting together, I mean, a spectacular ride as he plays the air guitar for the crowd there in the feature, surfing it around for fun while he watched the score tabulate. Will he break the 1,600-point mark?
Ooh, he is so close to it. Right now, the crowd wants him. He's just doing some tricks right on the wave, falling on his face. He's just having a blast. He knows he's qualified. He knows he's going to be in first. That score cannot come any lower than that.
You know, let's talk just for a moment here about the changeup that we've seen in these 3-year gaps since our last World Championship, right? So as you said, Keem Fontaine Masso, a former world champion in Argentina, Oh, if you're watching at home, I think you might have seen it before I did. That score is continuing to rise. Hojo, do you know what the highest single ride score of the competition so far has been? I thought it was around a 1,700 from Rob Crow. But we'll have to go back through those score sheets and check.
I have no idea. All I know is that is massive. And there it is, official 1626.
Fantastic.
He is more than 300 points ahead of Tomas and Dane and Harry Price. He put 300 points on the bottom three paddlers.
What a finals that we are going to have tomorrow. David Mcclure of Ireland, Robert Crow of Great Britain, Thomas Kaplinski of Poland, Dane Jackson of the USA, and Harry Price of Great Britain. So much talent, so much can happen in this finals tomorrow. And I think what we've seen today is really just a taste of that. We saw the scores go up every ride, and I think it's just going to keep getting better.
Well, and this is what we want, right? We want all the people in these rounds that they go on to be in these top scores. And I take that back. My math is a little off. Roughly 230 points separate him from the top to the bottom, which is actually given the size of the scores. That's just between 10, 15%. So they're within 10 or 15% of each other, even though that's just such a massive score.
I think one of the lower scoring moves on the score sheet, the lowest, is a shove it at 5 points. The next one is a spin at 10 points, right into the cartwheel at 30. So that's like one trick, two tricks separating some of these top scores.
Exactly.
And other ones, it's one move, one of those bigger moves with a bonus. So there we have it, our top 10 of the men's semifinal here in Nottingham, England. Finishing in 10th place, young Mason Hargrove of the USA, Tom Dole in 9th out of France, Bartosz Chałdziorna in 8th place out of Poland, Toby Marlow of Great Britain in 7th, Kim Fontaine Masso just missing out in that final from Spain, and in our final, Harry Price, Dane Jackson, Thomas Kaplinski, Robert Crow, and David Mcclure. But as I catch my breath, there's a lot more to come still today. So while these 10 paddlers can go take a break, reflect on what just happened, and prepare for tomorrow, what do we have up next? Later today here, Hojo, is just in a few minutes, I believe, going to be the junior women's semifinal.
All right, so we're going to have junior women's coming up here shortly. We also have a bunch of our other festival things going on for all the locals. Unfortunately, the live streamers, you won't be able to see this. So we will have, starting at 2:30 local time, the junior women's final.
20 minutes from now.
Followed by 3 o'clock, the junior women's
semifinal.
I'm sorry. That will go at 2:30 and 3 o'clock local time. Then we will roll into the junior men's semifinal at 3:45 and 4:15 respectively. And then we will also have a final today. We'll have one of our finals at 5 o'clock local time. We have two finals?
We have two finals. In fact, it's going to be both the women's C1 finals and the men's C1 finals this evening.
I missed a sheet. So women's C1 finals will start at 5 p.m. local time. Do you have a time for the men's C1 finals?
I do not, but if I had to guess, it would be roughly 45 minutes after that.
5:40, 5:45? That's local time?
But if you go on the ICF website, all of that should be there for you to find out. So you can check our times, calculate it with your local time at home, and make sure that you join us later today for all of the fun here still to come at the ICF World Championship.
Gotcha. We just got confirmed 5 o'clock, 5:40, and it is right now, as we stated, 2:12 local time. So whatever you are offset to that, you can calculate here that in just about 15 minutes we will be underway with women's juniors semifinals.
Fantastic day here. Thanks for joining us. I'm Anna Bruno.
I am Hojo.
Have a great rest of your day. See you soon.
Good afternoon from the 2022 ICF Freestyle Kayak World Championships. We are just about to have the Women's Kayak Surface Junior semi-final round number 1. These ladies will be fighting it out. There's currently a field of 10 competitors that will be cut down to 5 for our finals tomorrow. So, in semi-final heat number 1, we have Julie Hewitt from France, Leigh Hugh from Ireland, Holly Ogilvie from Ireland, McKinley Kate Hargrove from the United States of America, Ida Welsneck from Germany. So we've got a stacked heat. Remember that these are our top 10 competitors in the competition so far, all posting high rides in the earlier preliminary rounds held a couple of days ago here at the National White Water Course, the National Watersports Centre, in Nottingham. So we'll be starting off with Julie Hewitt from France, just waiting in the top eddy now for the thumbs up from Shep, our head judge. So Juliet making her way into the flow. I'm Alex Walters, joined by Sam Ward.
Here we go, ready to kick off. Dropping in a back serve, hoping to set ourselves up in the perfect spot in the feature. Taking a time, that's a good thing. Get yourself set for your first trick, plug in for the loop, landing a little bit sideways, but setting up again, bringing herself round on that shoulder, plugging in much straighter that time, getting some air, and she's on the surface left side of the feature. Julie coming back onto the shoulder, dropping in again, looking for a space cotilla to the left, just falling over. She's got 10 seconds left. Can she get back up? It's going to be tight with that. I think that's her done, but keep trying. It's always worth a crack. Maybe she can drop in just on the buzzer. Not this time. Alex, over to you.
Good run to start. Looks like it's going to be around that 90 points mark coming from the loop. So score coming in at 90 points there for Juliet. One of the main tricks that these competitors will be throwing, and it's kind of one of the first tricks that they'll learn, is the front loop. They'll plug the bow of the front of the boat into the green water. It will sink the boat and then propel it up into the air. They'll perform a full front flip, landing within 20 degrees of upstream. And that'll be quite a staple in these rides that we'll see. So if you're joining us from home, try and pick out the loop, and we'll, of course, call it as we see it. Next up, we have Leigh Hugh from Ireland. Just in that top eddy now, waiting for the judges to give the thumbs up. There you go, Shep, giving the go-ahead. She's going to make her way down now.
Here we go. These are 10 of the best junior women in the world. They've qualified to make their team. They've made it here. They have also, whoa, look how much pop she was getting off that. So the entire of her boat and her over thruster, the front half of her kayak, was plugged deep into the green water. Unfortunately, when you catch that, you really have to watch out, because that pushes you downstream. All of that green or dark water that you see pushing down into the feature, it is going directly downstream. You catch too much of your boat in there, get yourself back in that feature, almost flushing off there, but she does retain. She has 16 seconds left. Quick roll in the hole, catching an edge, but time for a big trick now. Drop it in. What she got for us on the last 5 seconds. Really tricky moving around the feature here. She's not getting the ride she was hoping for. And battling, sometimes it does feel like we're battling with the feature. Wow, look at the pop. So she got some huge pop there, but we do need her to land in the feature in order to allow the judges to award her the points.
Yeah, unfortunately a score of 0 points coming through there. Each of these competitors will get 2 attempts, and their best ride will be the score that takes them through to the finals. So I always like to think of it, preliminaries are about consistency, so it's 2 rides, best 2 count, so they're added together. Semi-finals, it's 2 rides, best 1 count, so we're looking more for what's the potential of these athletes. And then the finals, we have 3 rides, 1 ride counts. That's all about looking for just what is the frontier of what's possible in a freestyle kayak.
Yeah, it's about through working your way through a competition like this. It's about being unflustered, being about able to sort of adjust a little bit to what's doing, but actually the thing that is rewarded ultimately is if you just can lay down on demand. And so the people who comfortably make it through do tend to be consistent, and that is a really tricky thing to do. But right now, we are seeing Holly dropping in from above, going for an entry move. That's the first one of this semi-final that we've seen so far. And she has landed in the feature, and she's setting up nicely, in control, at the back of the foam. I think we're going to see a plug for a loop there. Big aerial straight loop. That looked really good to me. Oh, and just flashing off on that shoulder. But you know what? That's not going to cost her too much. She got into that first little eddy. She has 24 seconds back on the clock, and she already has some great points on the ride. See, so tricky. So much going through these athletes' minds as they're doing it. She has 10 seconds left. It's going to be a tough shout to get back in, but she's trying, and good on her anyway. Keep at it. 3 seconds. Can she just plug a loop? I think she's going to be out of time.
Yeah, unfortunate. So sometimes these athletes will be throwing a trick, but they'll catch a bit of green water. They'll end up coming off the feature. Once you're off the feature and going downstream, you cannot be scoring any more points. So anyway, just looking at the replay, you can see a nice big loop there from Holly. And we have the score coming through at 120 points, putting her in first position at the moment, but we still have a lot of competitors to go. Up next, we have bib number 11. We have McKinley Kate Hargrove from the United States of America, sister of Mason Hargrove, previous junior world champion. So there's certainly
dream family, powerhouse.
There's certainly
family.
some pedigree in the family, but McKinley Kate will be making her way down to the feature now.
Getting herself psyched.
Yeah, getting some energy in. She'll be looking for the entry move. Going for the entry one, so not keeping the head out of the water, but still it's points on the board. 30 points there. Judges rewarding it well. Going for the McNasty. Plenty of pop and very straight. So when you're landing these loops, you need to make sure they're within 20 degrees of upstream. There we go. Nice big loop. She seems to be getting into the flow of her run. Plugging again for that right space. Looking really, really strong. And very, very controlled. Plugging again for the left space. Making her way over to the right. Trying to set up for her next trick. There we go. Going for the other side, McNasty. Making it stick. Really, really solid run here from McKinley Kate. 1 second left. Plugging for the back loop on the buzzer. And the crowd really, really appreciate that. You can see the American flag flying high. She looks ecstatic with that ride.
What an amazing ride, Alex. That was really fantastic to see. Bringing the energy to this first heat. That's a massive step up. The previous top ride at 120 points. Getting some of the really big, tricky tricks in there. Big aerial McNasty there. Plugging for the loop and backing it up throughout the ride. So that was, really incredible. And I would be shocked if that is not enough to get her through to the next round. So we are looking to cut to 5 for the final. So they have seeded in the sense that they are in the order that they qualified in from the previous round.
We're just seeing the score come in now from McKinley Kate of 746 points. You could see Emily Jackson there, who's coaching McKinley Kate, giving her a big thumbs up. Up next, we have bib number 15, Ida Wellensiek from Germany. She'll just be moving into the eddy now, waiting for the thumbs up from Chief Judge Shep.
What a challenge it is for athletes to come to a world championship like this. They've been training for it for years, probably. They've been here for weeks on end, hundreds of rides in this feature, thousands of rides in preparation, and it all comes down to just a few. And one little flip, one little moment, and it's gone. But anyway, they are experienced competitors. They are really some of the best paddlers in the world. And seeing what Ida can do here. She's going for a very tricky opening move. That's an entry McNasty. And just flashing, get herself in the eddy. She has still got time. It's unfortunate that she flushed there, but she's coming back up the eddy. And she will be back into the feature for 28 seconds remaining of this ride. Going for a McNasty. That is a great hang on in there. She just held on to that. It's really important that she does try and hold on to that, because if paddlers fall over afterwards, they can get judged down. And it looks like the judges might have judged her down for being slightly out of control. But she did come back and do it again, and she definitely has some solid points on the board now. Going for a loop now with 2 seconds to go. Did she plug that last move in time? Alex, how does it, do you want to explain to people how it works with the, on the buzzer? Can they score things after the buzzer?
Yeah, so as long as the move is initiated before the buzzer sounds, then the rest of the move can be completed afterwards and still score points. The question is, did the judges believe that that move was initiated before or after the buzzer sounded? I'm guessing it would be afterwards, but we'll have to see. Getting the score come through now for Ida. 160 points is a good start. She'll be looking to improve to make sure she's got a nice margin going through to the finals. Remember, we're cutting down from 10 competitors to 5 this afternoon.
Yeah, and watching her paddle, you can see that she has more. That was, you know, really impressive to do those McNasties. But any paddler that is doing those McNasties like that, scoring aerial McNasties, definitely has a loop in their repertoire to be pulling out. She didn't score her loop in that ride. So should she get a McNasty and then a loop, that would really push her points up considerably.
Up next, we have Julie Hewitt from France. She's going to be dropping into the hole now, using that right little corner that all these athletes seem to like very much. Plugging for a loop, getting plenty of air on it, looking for the bonus, and moving over to the right-hand side of the feature to try and set up again for her next trick. There she is, just surfing around, using the right-hand side eddy just to set her up nicely. Getting a little bit flustered on the radial, coming back up the eddy. 18 seconds left, plenty of time for 2 or 3 more tricks. There you go, going for the Space Godzilla to the right-hand side. Remember, that's a loop with a 90-degree twist in it. Going for the McNasty to the right. Looking very calm and just working on all of these tricks. There we go, and that's time for Julie Hewitt from France. There we go, just going for a back loop for the fun of it. Remember, that's a big part of why these competitors here, not only to prove themselves and show what's possible in a boat, but also to enjoy the experience of being here. 93 points coming in for Julie, which is an improvement on her previous ride, taking her into 4th position overall.
Yeah,
up next, we have bib number 83, Lee Hugh from Ireland.
Yeah, so it's good to see improving on the scores, and we will look after the whole thing and to sort of reflect on what sort of thing you needed for the cut. But typically, in the first heat of a semi, you really want to be sitting in the top 1 or 2 in the ride, you know, in the score sheet as you move into that final, the final semi-final, if you like, and because you have the top-seeded paddlers coming up. But some of these paddlers are here to win, and some of these paddlers are here because it is their first chance at an international competition. But right now, in the hole, from Ireland, we have Leah plugging for a big aerial straight loop. That was really straight away opening up with a much stronger start to her ride than her previous one. Plug-in again for a big Space Godzilla. That's right. I remember her getting these huge plugs in the first ride as well, but she just flushed off, didn't she? She's going around for a McNasty, misses it, unfortunately. That is really unfortunate. She was going for the big trick to back up against her her huge loop that she got in the opening of the ride, but flushes off. It is a long way back up that eddy. Team Ireland cheering her on. 4-3. She might just get it. I think she's going to be outside. Unfortunate. Great effort. You know, be proud. You're here representing your country. You showed quite how high a kayak can fly above this hole. And that was one of the biggest loops I've seen all day.
Incredible. Coming in at 103 points for Leah. Improving on her first round score, which is brilliant. She'll be taking through that score to...
she takes her into 4th place, that does, and confirmed 103.33. Of course, we end up with thirds. Just for those who don't know, we have 3 different judges, and all of them are scoring independently of the others, and that's a really good safety mechanism to make sure the judging is as fair as possible. And what it does is it means if a move is on the edge, and you know, just as you know, judges sort of balancing one way or another. Should we give it, should we not? They end up getting some of the points, either a third of the points or 2/3 of the points. Whereas if it's textbook, bomber 100%, then all 3 judges guaranteed the points. Here we go, Holly dropping in.
Yeah, going with a nice entry move. Probably an entry 1, not getting the head out of the water, but moving over to the right-hand side to start the rest of her run. Pushing up out back and now plugging for a nice loop, getting plenty of air on it. She's going to try and spin her way into the next trick. Moving over to the right-hand side, where these athletes are preferring to start their tricks from. There we go, trying to set up, move to the back of the feature.
Oh, it's tough. She's really trying to get herself in the right spot, but no, that is not what she wants, and you can see it on her face. Turn yourself around. I don't think she's going to have time. That will be her ride done. That is going to, that is probably not going to, no, she is not going to improve on this ride, and that is her time done. But she did get a great ride. I remember her first ride, she got a loop, an entry move. She's going to go back in anyway. She's going to go for a show us what. Sometimes, Alex, you just need redemption.
Exactly.
Or a bit of fun. Look, there was some air guitar.
With an air guitar, I mean, that's exactly the point of it. Giving a little wave to all of her friends and teammates in the crowd there. Big smiles, which is what we like to see here at the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships.
Yeah, one of the things that you don't see when you're watching on a live screen is the crowds that are lining the banks here, all of the atmosphere and the almost, I don't know, call it almost the vibe of the whole place, and people everywhere and the excitement, and that's been building for days, weeks. You had the opening ceremony, and then you've been watching the other athletes. You had your prelims run. These are all pumping the athletes up into a, it really ramps up as the week goes on. Yeah. And here we go.
McKinley Kate Hargrove dropping in for her second ride. She's going to look to improve on the 746 points.
Tell you what, I'll be impressed. That's I'm sure she's got it in her. She's shown it with the first ride, but that is a huge opening ride, and she has really laid it down to the nearest athlete. She's sort of 3 or 4 times the nearest athlete score to her right now, so she is sitting pretty at the top of the. And this ride so far has not looked quite as flowing and perfect as her first ride. She has got time to string some moves in at the end here, but there it is. There's a flush. And 10 seconds. Get yourself back in that feature. Show us what you can do. Time is up, and there it is. The buzzer goes while she was flying high above the feature. I'd be giving her some huge bonuses on that.
Yeah, the judges will definitely be looking to reward the air that they see. So not only are the judges looking for the base tricks, they can also award bonuses. So if the boat goes particularly high out of the water, they can award a huge bonus. If the athlete does not use a paddle at the end of their trick, then they also have the option to include a clean bonus. Also, there's a link. So if 2 moves are performed flowing into one another, then that will gain the extra bonus as well. Second round coming in at 160 points. McKinley Kate Hargrove will be taking her first ride through, 746 points. I think it's quite likely that we could see her in the finals. Now,
I'm going to go ahead and say I think that is going to be the case. I would love to see 5 more paddlers lay it down above 746 points. That would be just the best, the best thing for the sport. But it is an incredible score, and I think so. We need to celebrate that. What progress from these ladies, all young athletes, and fantastic. And that is a crossbow, very aggressive and advanced entry move that you're seeing in many of the sort of senior categories on the best paddlers, and she is spinning it round, going for a McNasty. We did see a McNasty previously, but we did not see a McNasty at the same ride as other moves. Now back it up with a loop. That is what I was looking for last time round, where she got a McNasty but not the loop. Oh, flushing on the shoulder. She retains it. That is a dangerous place to be rolling, but she stays in the wave. She's got a loop. She's got a McNasty. What can you do with the last 10 seconds, Ida? Back it up. She's going for a Space Godzilla. Just flushing off. She did land on her edge, so technically the move is complete, but the judges do like to see a controlled finish to the move. She has improved, though it looks very much like she will. The provisional score flashing in at 246. That's solidifying her second place, I would say.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what the judges have to say, but it'll be a solid score regardless. putting her close to the top. So 240 points coming in for Ida. Quite likely she's going to be in the bubble, as we like to call it. So she'll be certainly in the start of this second heat. She'll be right in the kind of 4th, 5th position, and we'll see whether she makes it through to the finals. Of course, we'd like everybody to, but that's the nature of competition. Somewhere we have to make the cut. So that will round out our first heat for the junior ladies. We'll be moving on to the second heat in a couple of minutes' time with 5 different paddlers, 1 from Austria, 1 from Ireland, 2 from Great Britain, and 1 from the United States of America.
And now that Alex has touched on the big heartbreak of all of this, you see so many good people going on their own journey, you know, striving, trying to be the best version of themselves and really trying to drive their competition game up. And not everyone can go through. So I think what we're really striving for as an athlete is to do ourselves justice and really, you know, I feel like if I go into a feature and do what I can do and everyone else beats me, then, you know, I'll walk away happy. And some of those paddlers, their first time in this World Championships, they've made it to the semi-finals. Not everyone will advance, but everyone can be proud that they are here at the ICF World Freestyle Kayak Championships and competing with the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so we have a bit of a gap to our next heat. The next heat starts at 3 p.m. and that is about 10 minutes away. So I think me and Alex might tap out for a few minutes and we'll tune in a couple minutes before the next heat comes. Stand by for something sensational. These junior women have got incredible skills. They are going to be looking to beat the high score of 7-4-6 to guarantee their space in the final. And there'll be some nervous people back home from the, you know, friends and family of the first heat, hoping, you know, that their paddler can progress. So we will see you in a few minutes. Thanks very much for tuning in for this first heat.
Yep, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock on the dot for the second heat of the women's kayak surface junior. Welcome to the ICF Freestyle Canoe World Championships. We are at the wonderful, slightly rainy now, Nottingham Whitewater course. We're just about to start the second semi-final heat of the Women's Kayak Surface Junior category. I'm Alex Walters, joined by Sam Ward. We'll be commentating this afternoon. We've already seen some excellent rides from the first heat of the women's semi-finals. McKinley Kate Hargrove taking the lead with 746 points. That's going to be a tough score to beat, right?
Absolutely, and actually, I think that is the high score of the competition so far in this category. So, where to go and bring it out when you need it in the semi-final. So, I'm really excited. It might be raining, but it's not doing anything to dampen the spirits and the atmosphere and the tension right now, because things are really hotting up. And the pressure is on these ladies with a high score to beat. There is a huge drop down now from 746 to the second paddler. So Ida is sitting in second place, and that is a pretty good place to be going into the second heat. But it is going to be a hard shout for all of those paddlers in this heat to beat that top ride so far. So there isn't a clear, sometimes coming into a second semi-final, there is a relatively achievable top ride, and they can look at that and say, you know what, just got to get that ride. There is no holding back here. They've got to lay it down, and they don't know what everyone else is going to do. To be safe, they have to get 750.
Yeah, we have 5 very strong competitors here, all previously top seeds from the earlier round. So the top 5 competitors, we have Jasmine Stangl-Bakin from Austria. We have Babin Butler from Ireland. We have Isabella Wormwall from Great Britain, Neve Macken from Great Britain, and Abby Holcomb from the United States of America. Now, Abby will be wanting to take that top spot off of McKinley Kate Hargrove. Worth mentioning that Abby had a previous best ride in the preliminary round of 730 points. So it's going to be tight between them both.
Yeah, she has it in them, and if they've done 730 in those 2 rides or in conservative kind of opening for the, you know, almost certainly there is a potential to ramp that up some more.
First up, we'll have Jasmine from Austria, just waiting for the thumbs up from our head judge, Paul Shepherd, and his whole judging team. Making her way down now into the hole. She'll be probably looking to do an entry move, setting up, going for an entry 1, managing to get retained into the feature, moving over to the right-hand side, trying to set up for her first big trick, going for a nice loop. Straight, plenty of air on the loop, which means she'll be getting some extra bonus points from the judges. Remember, the judges not only looking for the base trick, but also some bonuses as well. Going for the right space, catching the front, almost making it into a space. Trying to get the link bonus on there, but making her way back up the eddy as she unfortunately flushed on that trick. There we go, dropping in.
So we did see a Space Godzilla that she went for before she caught her nose, but actually not getting enough air, I would say, to really, and not quite delivering the trick to the air. Wow, on the buzzer, that was a great thing to do with your last second of the ride. Well done, Jasmine. So that is an exciting way to finish a ride. If you initiate the move, which I think she did ahead of the buzzer, then that move will count, and it did reflect an increase in her score. Looks like 2 judges gave her a McNasty. She didn't get all 3. So,
coming in at 200 points, that'll move her into 3rd position. We'll have to see whether that stands with the upcoming competitors. Remember, we have 5 competitors in this heat, so theoretically, the entire qualification list could change.
Yeah, I think if I was a coach for one of these paddlers right now, we wouldn't be looking at. You're really looking to get above that 240 ride. Slotting into at least 2nd place to be thinking about a final slot.
Up next, we have Bavin Butler from Ireland.
Okay, here we go. Dropping into the feature, going for a sort of safe and easy start to her ride with a side surf, and that does set you up nicely for a McNasty, which she is going for there. So often we can guess what the first move might be of the ride, depending on where they start and how they start. If you're dropping in a side surf like that, that is the perfect initiation for a right McNasty. And so let's see what she goes for now. So she's back in the feature. Didn't cost her too much. She's going for a switch McNasty. She still has 0 points on the board. Going for a Space Godzilla. Not sure that's going to score. 10 seconds left. We know you've got good moves in you. That is a great move, but just flushing off. You know what, I think she showed glimmers of real talent there and real potential to score some serious points, but it didn't happen that time round. I think it's going to be run number 2 for... and over to you. What do you think? What's she got to do to score better next time?
Yeah, I mean, a big part of what these judges are looking for is making sure that the tricks are within very, very strict and defined criteria. So, for example, the Space Godzilla, which was one of the tricks that Bavin tried in her run, it's a mandatory air trick, so the boat has to be fully out the water. If it's not, then unfortunately the judges can't award any points. It certainly makes it quite difficult to judge, but also from an athlete's perspective, quite technically challenging move to complete.
Absolutely, and you do, part of the experience over many competitions is learning what a move feels like when it is completely aerial. Sometimes a move can feel beautiful and finish nice and straight and be a good execution of the rotations, but not get the air. And sometimes it's the opposite; it doesn't get the air, but it, you know, so an athlete really has in mind what a competition ride and a competition move looks like. So starting off there with an entry wing over, taking too much of that shoulder, just dropping into the flushy pocket, but she has got power in those strokes. She's got plenty of time left over. And this girl has some tricks. She can do some really fantastic stuff if she pulls it together. So here we are, back in the feature. She has 22 seconds left. Setting up, looks like she's looking for a McNasty. Going for a switch McNasty, popping it up, throwing it over the top. Looked like she's getting air on that. The points are coming in, and huge loop. Can she stick in the feature? Paddle hard. Keep going there. You have 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, get something else in there. She goes and initiates the McNasty before the buzzer, going the other way. Yeah. That was some good stuff, and she did use the second she was scoring points. She got a lot of points.
Yeah, very, very strong recovery there from Isabella. It's really the sign of a great up-and-coming athlete when they can have not a great start to a ride, flush, and then recover, paddle all the way back up into the feature and start scoring points again. Final score coming in at 236 points, which is a strong start. It'll move her into 3rd position, which
those 3 points do matter though. So even though it's a tiny fraction of the overall score, slightly below Ida, doesn't really matter in the rankings when you're trying to make the cut to the top 5. So she should take heart from some of the great moves she did there, and she just knows, I got to take my time, do the moves that I know how to do, and make sure that I'm doing it for 45 seconds. And she's definitely got the potential to raise that up next time. But she has got a ride in the bank now.
Yeah, apologies if you're seeing a frozen screen. We'll try and get that sorted as soon as possible for you. Next up, we have Neve. Neve is a local Nottingham paddler. She's been training at the course a lot, working with Laurie Davis, one of the Great Britain senior women's competitors. Given the thumbs up from Shep, we have our live feedback now, which is good to see. And Neve will just be making her way down to the feature. She'll be dropping into the hole, opting not to go for an entry move, but instead setting up for her first trick, plugging for a big loop.
What a big trick it was.
Plenty of air, making sure she sells it to the judges. Heading over to the right-hand side now, trying to set up for a second trick, going for a big Space Godzilla. Wow, I mean, she's really getting a lot of air on these tricks.
Yeah, that was, and especially the first one. Both of them were big and aerial, but all 3 judges we saw from the scoring gave her a huge loop on that first move. Now spinning around, she's looking for a McNasty. She really needs to back it up. If she lays a big move on top of this in this last 10 seconds, this will rocket it up to 2nd place on the scoring board. Here it comes, McNasty. She's going for it. She lands quite sideways, probably not going to score that. She's got something initiated prior to the buzzer. She just could not get that last big trick. Great moves in there, but once again, the level is such a high standard. that it's not enough in the semi-final of the World Championships to do some good moves. The standard is so incredibly high. All of these tricks are technically difficult. She delivered incredible. Look at the air we see there. Beautiful big trick. And I tell you what, this Space Godzilla I enjoyed as well. Landing really nicely in the feature and retentive there as well. Yeah. Splitting the judges on that Space Godzilla, actually. Not all of them giving it. And I think that would be to do with the rotation. You have to get fully 90-degree rotation halfway through, but I thought that was a bit rough. You know, I'm allowed to throw some opinions out there as a commentator. I felt like that was a really nice execution. But, you know, you do have to hit the angles, and I am not a judge. So they have a better angle to see it, and they do have to get fully 90 degrees, so she might have just been a few degrees off.
Score,
and that's
score coming in for Neve of 173 points. Which will move her into 5th position. So right on that edge, she'll be looking to improve for her second run to make sure she's safely into the finals. Up next, we have Abby Holcomb, our leader from preliminary rounds. So we're expecting a big ride from her. Of course, she'll be wanting to knock fellow teammate off the top spot. Going in for a McNasty, starting it off with the big scoring tricks. And now moving over to the right-hand side to try and set up for her next move. Deciding to re-attempt that McNasty in the same direction.
And I think that was a smart move. You know, the points were still on 0, and it wasn't quite hitting all the criteria. And here she goes, going McNasty the other way. So this is a good, solid opening. Not a dream ride, because I know she can hit those McNasties straight up, but right away, two McNasties, and that was a big straight air loop as well. And there's no splitting judges on that air loop. Plugging for a Space Godzilla, landing straight. Hopefully the judges will award her that. The scores are rolling in for Abby now. Can she get one move before the buzzer? Was she initiated prior to the buzzer? Maybe not, but look, she's showing us also that she's got a lunar orbit in her list of tricks that she can deliver. And that was just a second or two out, but she knows that next time there is the potential. And here she is on 436 provisional. We'll wait for the final score. Solid ride, though. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, really nice. I mean, you can see how precise Abby's paddling is. And that's really important for scoring good points in a world-level competition. We have all of our chief judges here, so led by Shep, and then there will be 3 other judges who will be individually scoring each competitor's run. And they'll be looking for specific aspects of each trick. So in particular with the looping tricks, all the front flips, they'll be looking for the boat to land within 20 degrees of upstream. Likewise with any cartwheeling type tricks. We've not seen too many of those in the junior ladies category, but they'll be looking for those to be of a high enough angle to officially score. And with that, we have a score coming in of 453 points for Abby Holcomb, which will firmly cement her into 2nd position for the junior ladies position, junior ladies kayak.
I tell you what, you know, I just jump in there. I think I'm really just happy to see the level of progression that we've. You know, I've been at quite a few World Championships now, and to see what moves some of these juniors are just sort of regular parts of their ride, like opening tricks of their rides from McNasties. Those are top-level tricks not that many years ago for the senior women. So really, you know, impressive stuff, high level of competition, and all of these ladies need to be proud of, you know, the show that they're putting on for us. So that is an entry wing over to open this ride from Jasmine. Setting up quite far on the shoulder there. She's probably looking to drop in for a loop trick. Yeah, so there is the plug, and going for a Space Godzilla. Probably not getting the air, and the judges saying, you know, saying as much with the scoring. That time looking like we're getting some serious air. That time making up for it, going for a sort of straight loop there, nicely executed. Going for that McNasty. That is the move I was talking about. That's really fantastic to see so many junior girls that are going for a really strong, difficult, challenging technical move. And going for a Space Godzilla just before the buzzer. You have one more chance. Can you? I think she did just pop it up. Can she get this McNasty on the buzzer?
Yeah, solid run. We will have to see what the judges say about that final McNasty as to whether it was actually initiated before the buzzer. But getting a number of good high-scoring tricks. Of course, we're seeing the score go up a little bit, which is a good sign for Jasmine. Currently sitting at around 273 points, just confirmed at 273 points, pushing her into third position. And she will be going through to the, excuse me, we can't say for sure, not just yet, but we will wait and see with some more runs. But good run, nonetheless. And we will be waiting for our next competitor, David Butler from Team Ireland. You can see all of the green jackets running down to the side of the riverbank, and the drum that the Irish team have brought here being hit very loudly indeed, making sure they support on their fellow teammate as she makes her way down to the hole. So
Okay,
here we go, setting up for an entry move, or just dropping in for a side surf, and trying to set up for her first trick. Looking like she's using that right-hand side of the feature to try and go for a McNasty. Instead, not managing to engage the edge. Instead, she'll probably be scored a spin by all the judges for that.
She has been scored a spin indeed, and now this is a crux, 25 seconds for this athlete. She needs this. She didn't get it on her first ride. There is a McNasty. Can she stay on the wave? She really needs that, and she's got it. Well done. And going again. Can she get it the other way? This is a big few seconds. She sticks that as well. Has she got time to throw a loop in there? She is in the hole. What's she got? She's going for a setup. Don't take too much time. She plugs for a Space Godzilla. Does not get that Space Godzilla. And that loop trick at the end will not go as well. But that was some big scores. Where's it going to throw her? Can it bring her into... It is going to bring her into the top 5 with that provisional score at least. Let's wait to see what happens once it goes green. Exciting times. You know what a display there. With 25 seconds to go, she did not have score. She'd had a 0 on her first ride, if I remember right. She had to do it, and look at her go. That just fired her up into sort of another level almost, and getting those McNasties towards the tail end of that ride.
Score coming in now at 250 points. That'll move her into 4th position. And we'll have to see whether that's enough for her to remain.
So just taking stock here, we have 1 paddler, 2 paddlers, 3 paddlers to come. No, Abby is in there, so there's 2 paddlers to come. So 3rd place, Jasmine, I believe, if I'm getting this right, is secure in her position. So is the top 2 paddlers. The question really is about the bottom 2, Ida and recent paddler Butler from Ireland. Just can these next 2 paddlers claim their spot that they want so badly? So this is tense stuff. They've got to do it on this ride. This is what it all comes, this is what it's all about, Alex.
Yeah. So this is all about earning your spot in the next round. So we have Isabella, who will be wanting to do that. She's going to be needing a score around the 250 point mark. Going for an entry wing over to start off her ride. She's going to try and set up for a McNasty. Unfortunately, not getting it far enough up the green to fully initiate. There we go. Managing to pull it round. Again, whether it's within 20 degrees, we will have to see what the judges say. But regardless, going for the tricks. Trying the McNasty in the same direction again. Much better execution that time. And hopefully the judges will be rewarding that. Plugging for a loop, getting plenty of air. Unfortunately, catching an edge, but managing to retain.
This is a big moment, Alex. She's got to get another 40 points in the last 10 seconds. She can totally do this. If she gets this McNasty, it will push her higher up if she scores that. Now get some moves on the board. Stop looking at the scoreboard. Oh, my goodness. She was wanting to see so badly that score go up, and she's looking up. She could have done it. Yeah. But sometimes that is a strategically smart move. You want to see if has it scored so I can have another go at it. But yeah, I would have liked to see her go for a Space Godzilla or one of her other tricks while she's waiting. It is really tense, edge of the seat stuff. That score could still move. They are deliberating about some of those McNasties, I would say. Even one judge on one of those McNasties would push her above the cut now. So these are the McNasties that you're seeing. Are they finishing within 20 degrees of straight? Are they getting aerial? It has gone green. They have not given that second McNasty. Yeah, heartbreak.
Coming in at 206 points. So that's good news for Ida, not such good news for Isabella.
And that means the first, Miss Butler, I don't know the first name, I'm sorry.
Bevan
Butler has qualified, and the question is it Ida or is it, who's the last paddler coming
We
up?
have Neve
Macken
local,
from-
GB local.
from the UK.
Very paddles here a lot. So you see all the GB paddlers cheering her on. Dropping into the feature now, heading to the right-hand side, plugging for a big loop, going for the clean bonus, keeping the paddle out of the water while she lands. Moving over to the right-hand side now, plugging for the right space, getting plenty of air. She'll be racking up those points. Already at what looks like a provisional score of 290 points.
25 seconds left to go. This looks like it could be enough if she can back this up with a few more tricks to take her into the final. What has she got for the final 15 seconds of this ride? She is still sitting on 296, getting a big pop. Does she land straight?
They're going for the plug in the last 4 seconds, trying to go for a loop. Unfortunately, catching the water in a little bit of a strange direction, so she won't be able to throw anything on it, but we will see if that's enough to bring her through to the next round. The judges, I'm sure, deliberating on this to make sure that they get the most accurate score possible. Looking at the replay, wow. Look at that loop.
Big clean loop. Yeah, that's a huge clean loop. And the beginning of this ride was sensational. The second half of the ride, she had more to give. She just missed a few tricks. But tell you what, she doesn't care right now because she is going, if that turns green, the second that turns green, Neve knows she is going to the finals of the ICF Freestyle Kayak World Championships. And Ida is watching on with a little bit of heartbreak and a little bit of nerves. And we are just, I've got a little bit of heartbreak and a little bit of nerves. It's tough watching these paddlers.
Yeah, Neve, you can see Neve doesn't really want to look at the screen.
She's got a little smile on.
There we go.
And there it is. She is going to the finals of the World Championships, and relief all over her face. The coach there with her, Laurie Davis. She knows all about this, and dreams are coming true for some and being broken for others, but that is the nature of this, the world stage. What an exciting semi-final.
Abby Holcomb up next. She is looking for that top spot in this final. So she's got a score of 740 to beat, but she's already secured it. Place in the finals. Going for the entry 3, managing to just about retain the hole. Heading over to the right-hand side of the feature now to try and set up. Going for the left McNasty with plenty of pop. Really, really beautiful trick there. Going for the other direction, McNasty just stalling out on the nose and unfortunately flushing. She's going to have to paddle all the way back up into the feature to get scoring tricks again. She's got 20 seconds now, plenty of time to get back and scoring some points. There we go. Just crossing.
She is back in the feature, and she is going to struggle to beat her ride, but she can actually with the last 10 seconds with the trick she has. She showed us just after the buzzer she got a lunar orbit. There was a big straight air loop there, and that was a great ride that we're seeing from her despite the flush. And a McNasty there might actually just bump her up over her score. It's going to be very close. 2 solid, consistent rides. I think, Abby, we are going to see you again, and we're looking forward to you throwing down in the finals there. Wow. I'm a bit exhausted for all these paddlers. You know, some great stuff, you know, fantastic moves, like we said, very technical. And it looks like we have our 5 paddlers. Alex, are you able to read us through the final 5?
I can. So that score of 440 points coming in now for Abby Holcomb. She'll keep her first ride score, but looks very happy with it indeed. So we now have our final order for the ICF Freestyle Kayak Women's Surface Junior category for tomorrow afternoon. In first position, we have McKinley Kate Hargrove coming in with 746 points. In second, we have fellow teammate and USA paddler Abby Holcomb coming in at 453 points. In third place, we have Neve Macken with 350 points, Team GB paddler. And in fourth place from Austria, we have Jasmine Stangl-Bracken from with a score of 273 points. And in fifth place, just scraping her way into the final with 10 points spare, we have from Ireland, Bavin Butler with 250 points. With that, that will wrap up our coverage for the Women's Kayak Surface Junior semi-finals. We will have the Men's Kayak Surface Juniors rounds at 3:45. Please stay tuned for that. We'll be back starting commentary about a couple of minutes before the heat starts. That's been Alex Walters and Sam Ward commentating with you this afternoon. Make sure, again, you join us for the Men's Kayak Surface Junior semi-finals at 3:45. And we will also be crowning later this evening our C1 World Champions.
Absolutely an exciting afternoon ahead of us. Thanks, Alex. We'll see you soon.
bottom of America. George just put down a sick run. My turn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Hamilton here with Alex Walters at the home Pierpoint County Park. We're going to be bringing you some of the action from the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships 2022. We've got the men's junior kayak semifinal coming up next. We're going to see a number of athletes from a number of different countries here. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, it's going to be a stacked competition today to get through to the finals. We have 10 competitors who all performed the best in our preliminary rounds, which we hosted a couple of days ago now. They will all be looking for the top 5 places to take them through into the final round, which will be held tomorrow here at the National Watersports Centre in Nottingham, England. A couple of standout performances from the preliminary round. We have to mention both Ben Higson and Tim Rees, who were, way up there, almost in the top running for the men's categories in their preliminary round. I'm sure we'll see some big rides from them throughout this afternoon.
Absolutely, Alex. Great action here. We've got a big crowd still hanging around here on the shores of the Whitewater Park. This is the National Whitewater Center here in Nottingham. We've got the judges getting ready to go here. The athletes are sliding into their boats.
Yeah, just to speak briefly about the format for this competition, it's changed from the preliminary rounds. So the preliminary rounds, we had each competitor performing 2 rides, the scores being added together, and then that would determine their positioning. Now in the semi-finals, each competitor will still get 2 rides, but it will be their best run that counts. And the idea behind this is that when you're adding the 2 rides together, it's looking more at consistency. When you're taking the best ride, you're looking more at the absolute potential of the athlete. So that's what we want to see. Big rides, big scores, and big air. So our heat list for the first semi-final will be Hitomi Takaku from Finland, Max Martinez-Barry from Spain, Sean Gregan from Ireland, Jonas Kim Herman from Austria, and Jonk Hadato Bagheera from Spain. With that, we have our first competitor dropping in.
Dropping in, Turka of Finland right away, trying to go for that entry move. As he turns around, he's going to throw like a McNasty there to the right. As he sets up, he's going to go for a McNasty in the other direction. Oh, getting a bit of a bubble. These athletes need to retain the feature or stay in the feature to score the move that they had just thrown. If they flush off, unfortunately, the score does not count. All right, Turka moving back up onto Twin Wave. Sets up over on the surfer's right feature. There's that McNasty. That's more what he wanted. Holding his paddle up in the air, looking to maybe get the clean bonus on the score. Oh, big clean loop right at the buzzer.
Yeah, so there are a certain number of points for each trick that these athletes perform. There's also the option to score bonuses as well. So quite often you'll see, as in Turka's ride, the athletes going for a clean bonus, which is where at the end they will hold their paddle out, showing to the judges that they've not used it in the last rotation of their trick. So here we go, just looking at this McNasty on the replay, getting nice and aerial and trying to get the paddles out clean. Just there, so to get that extra bonus points on his ride. So we've got a score coming in now of 313 points, which will be a solid start. We're expecting the cutoff to be quite high in this junior men's round. So of course Turka will be looking to get as many points as possible in his second ride to take him through to the finals. Up next we have Max Martinez-Barry from Spain. Fellow teammates making their way down to the barriers to cheer him on. And here we go. Give him the thumbs up from head judge Shep. He'll be making his way down into the hole.
All right, right away, Max dropping in, looking for that entry 2 wing over. Getting some points on the board just as the clock starts, as he tries to set up here. Ooh, catching his back edge, just flipping over quickly as he sets back up. Looks like he's looking for that McNasty. Ooh, catching a bit of a bubble again off the course. Max from Spain has his Spanish teammates down here cheering him on the river's edge as he surfs back out onto Twin Wave, throwing a nice big McNasty to the right. Spins around. He wants to go for that McNasty to the other direction. There it is. Maybe getting some air on that one as he goes for a nice little loop. He knows he's got a few seconds left. Trying to get one more move at the buzzer. A solid ride from Max of Spain.
Yeah, very good run. We've just seen that score already confirmed at 460 points, which is a very strong initial performance from Max. You can see here, is it McNasty he's going for on the instant replay. There's a little bit of a smile there. I think he knows that he can do better, but he's set down a solid first performance, and it's always easier to build on an already strong score. Up next, we have bib number 138, Sean Gregan from Ireland. As again, we can see all of the green jerseys making their way down to the side of the white watercourse. They'll be cheering him on loudly, making sure their drums out. And here we go.
All right, here comes Sean Gregan of Ireland. That's nice big entry 3 McNasty. Catching a bit of an edge, flipping over, rolling up, still in the feature. Throws into a McNasty. He's going to set up, going for the McNasty in the other direction. Getting lots of points off the board, nice and early here. Goes for a Phonics Monkey. Ooh, not quite getting the angles around, gets a bit of a bubble out. Flushing in, he's down the eddy, still got 15 seconds left on the clock, lots of time. They got a ton more moves. Let's see, look, I'm thinking he's going to drop in for a loop. There it is. Oh, he was trying to get his nose down right away. Right at the buzzer. Oh, I think he was looking for that Space Godzilla, but not quite getting his nose initiated. He'll have 2 rides. He can drop one of them to see if he'll be making it on to the finals tomorrow morning.
Yeah, for sure. We know that the potential for Sean is much, much higher. You could see halfway through his ride getting a flush, but still solid points on the board. Moving into first position so far. Just looking at the replay now, you can see this loop here, plenty of air, really nice and clean. Again, the judges are looking for within 20 degrees of directly upstream. Score coming in, 486 points. That'll move him into first position in the heat so far. Remember, we've got plenty of more junior men coming up in this heat and also the next heat in the semi-finals. Up next, we have bib number 26, Jonas Kim Hermann from Austria.
That's right, Jonas of Austria. Wearing that Direct Business Solutions bib number 26. Judges are ready for him. He's going to drop in. Let's see what he's got for us. Drop it in. Nice big wing over. Fights his way back up to the top of the eddy. Setting up, throwing a nice big McNasty. Sets up. He wants to go for the McNasty to the other direction, to the left. As he sets back up in the surfer's right side. This is the favorable side of the feature. Nice and retentive there. Goes for a loop. The Austrian crowd is cheering him on, loud and proud, as Jonas is trying to get set up high on the pile here. He's got 11 seconds left. Going for a Phonics Monkey, pulling it around, staying on the feature. He's got a few seconds left, drops in for another loop right at the buzzer. Definitely a solid finish for Jonas's ride.
Yeah, very good run. And, you know, really you can tell that when the athlete stays in the feature the entire time, they're often going to have a good score. Jonas is looking very, very happy with that. You could see him nodding along as he was paddling downstream. Look at this replay here. We can see these McNasties, wow, getting plenty of reach on there, managing to stay within those 20 degrees. Look at this Phonics Monkey. I mean, a few years ago, Phonics Monkeys weren't really something that was that often seen really in the junior scene. They're quite a difficult trick to fully score because the judges are looking in that pirouette phase for 45 degrees at least of boat angle. And we've got a score coming in now for Jonas, 540 points, taking him into the first position for this heat so far, which puts him in a very strong position to make it through into the finals. But we have Jonk Hadato Bulgaria coming up next. So Jonk positioning slightly higher in the previous round than Jonas. So he'll be looking to reclaim that position just making his way now down into the hole. You can see him almost vibrating with energy as he starts his run.
Yeah, getting himself wound up here with a nice entry 2, wing over into a McNasty. Looking like he's trying to set up for that other McNasty, finding the sweet spot, throwing it around. Unfortunately, over into that flushy left side of the feature as he charges back up to the top. Sets up, throws over, and he's getting that McNasty that he was looking for. See what he's got now, nice big loop. Holding his paddle up to try and secure a clean bonus on his loop as he goes for a Space Godzilla to the right. Setting up again, drops in, goes for the space, trying to get the Space Godzilla to the left. I'm not sure he got the rotation he needed. The judges will be making that call.
Good run. You can see Kim on the side, one of the Spanish team coaches, and also former world champion all the way back in 2017, holding his hands up. Let's go back to the replay so we can see Young with some big air, as all of these juniors are getting. It's really incredible to see the moves progressing, not just from doing the base trick, but really to selling it with all of the bonuses. And that's been a staple of the senior men's class, but now it's trickling down into juniors as we see these scores just go up and up and up. Young now waiting in the eddy for his score, looking at the screen as the judges tot up the points. 480 points. That'll put him in 3rd position. So he'll be looking to improve on that score for his next run, just to make sure that he's safely into that cutoff point. We have 10 competitors in this semi-final. We'll be cutting down to a field of 5 to go through to our finals tomorrow evening, where we will crown the next junior world champion.
That's right, Alex. We will be crowning a junior world champion tomorrow here in Nottingham, England. Later today, we also have the C1 coming up in men's and women's, and we'll have a medal ceremony after that and crown our world champions then. Turka Matakin of Finland is up next for his 2nd and final ride here in the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships. Let's see what Makin's got for us. Or sorry, Turka's got for us. He gets an unfortunate flush off his entry move, still has 35 seconds on the clock. He'll make his way back up to the top of the twin wave feature. Over the side, looking for McNasty. Not quite getting the full rotation on it. He's gonna have to pull that boat right around, just like that. Slamming down that McNasty right in, trying to get a loop. Unfortunately, not quite getting the pop out of the feature. Looks like he's got a spot he's eyeing up, and there's the loop. Oh, getting a flush. Unfortunately, bubbling off the wave. Looks like 160 points for Turka on the board.
Yeah, these athletes, particularly in the first heat of the semi-finals, really wanting to target that #1 position to maximize their chance of getting through. Score coming through now for Turka of 160 points. He'll be taking his first ride score through as his standing. So next up we have Max Martinez Barrier from Spain, just making his way down now from the top eddy, waiting for the thumbs up from Shep, our chief judge. Shep is supported by 3 top flight ICF judges. They've all gone through a very rigorous training program to make sure that they're able to spot and call the moves accurately and deal with the pressure of judging an international level competition.
All right, Max from Spain, the Spanish team down here, loud and proud as we need a nice wing over, trying to get that entry 2 as he pulls around a nice McNasty. Sets up, going for the McNasty in the other direction. There it is. Getting some points on the board fast. He's setting it up. He's going for a phonics monkey. Pulls it around as the Spanish crowd gets electric here. A nice big huge air loop with the clean bonus as he holds his paddle nice and high. He's having a great ride. Going for a Space Godzilla to the right into some cartwheels. He's got 8 seconds left. Looking for that tricky woo. He's got 2 seconds left. Going for lunar orbit. Lunar orbit right at the end. Definitely stepping it up with that ride. Max from Spain.
Wow, you can see the Spanish on the side right now, absolutely ecstatic with his performance. You can see the score totting up. Max wants that place in the finals tomorrow. He wants that shot at the top medal. We're looking at a score of about 840 points. The judges will slightly adjust it, so go back and look. So let's go back to this replay. Beautiful phonics monkey. So much angle on that first rotation. Really reminds me of 2011 world champion James Bevington, aka Pringle. A really incredible style, beautiful type trick, but lots of air going in his ride. We'll be looking for those bonuses. Score coming in at 840 points, putting him into the first place position for the first heat of the semi-finals of the men's kayak surface junior category.
That's right, almost doubling his first run score. So he'll take that second run. And I have a feeling that might get him up into the finals for tomorrow. We'll have to see. There's a few people that might have something to say about that, and they're to come right now. Sean Gregan currently in 3rd place. He'd like to move up a little bit further, as you can see him coming in, focusing right on the twin wave feature into an entry 3 McNasty. Irish crowd screaming for that one. Nice solid ride. He sets up, goes for a McNasty. He'll probably set up. I think he goes for the other McNasty as his routine. There it is. Pulls it around, nice and snappy. Showing he could also be here in the final. Let's see what he's got for us. He's setting up high, trying to get to that sweet spot. He wants that funnest monkey as well. And there it is. Maybe even getting a little bit of air off the final rotation. And he goes for a nice base Godzilla to the right. He sets up. He's got 8 seconds left on the clock. Drops in. Oh, going for a big loop. Fortunately, not quite getting. He's got 1 second left. There's the buzzer. Initiating the tricky route right at the buzzer. Oh, I'm not sure if that was before or after the buzzer, that initiation. That was pretty tight. We'll have to see what the judges say for that one.
Yeah, so if you initiate a move before the buzzer, you can complete the move after the time has expired and still score the points. But the big question is was it before or was it after? Looking at the replay now, you can see this beautiful McNasty. His phonics is here. Really textbook execution of these tricks, which is exactly what the judges want to see. Score coming in now, 686 points for Sean Gregan, moving up into 2nd position for this heat.
Yeah, so first run was 486.67. Let's see if he's improved on that.
Next up, we have Jonas from Austria. He's going to try and improve on his first round score of 540 points. Solid baseline, but he's going to want to be up in that #1 slot in front of Max, making his way into the hole.
All right, here's Jonas setting up, going for that wing over entry move. Trying to hopefully score entry 2 into a nice McNasty, nice and tall and vertical. Selling that right to the judges. He's got the exact same thing in the other direction, maybe getting some air on that, looking for some bonuses. Definitely getting some air on that loop, but unfortunately flushing off. Sometimes when you go big, you take the risks. Sometimes you get the reward, sometimes you don't. He's back on the twin wave feature as he drops in. There's that big loop. Oh, can't quite stick it. And that'll be, might be it for the Jonas Kim Herman's second ride here.
Yeah, this is Jonas's first World Championships. He's a former Austrian junior champion. It's really good to see this developing freestyle scene in the country. Here we go, 340 points coming in as the score for Jonas, which will put, well, his first ride will be the score that he carries forward, taking him into 3rd position. And some really nice amplitude in his tricks. It's just unfortunate that he had that final flush. I mean, wow, head out the water for the entire loop. Incredible.
That would have scored huge bonus, no doubt about it.
Yes.
But unfortunately, not retaining the feature, he's out. It doesn't count. That's competing in freestyle. Sometimes you take the risk, sometimes you get the reward, sometimes you don't. Here we got Jean up next.
bib number 19, the last competitor for our heat, going for an entry wing over. Going for a right McNasty. Unfortunately, Flushing, he's going to paddle his way back up into the feature. Now, setting up for his next trick. He's going to want to go for that right McNasty. Plenty of air, making sure he gets those points on the board and the bonuses as well. Going for the left McNasty, so he's scored both directions, which will add some good points to his ride. There we go, huge loop. Getting the paddle out of the air, looking for those bonuses, trying to poke for the right space, maybe not quite aerial. We'll see, there we go, going for the right space again, making sure he gets those points down, moving to the right-hand side of the hole now, trying to set up, going for a back loop just before the buzzer goes. That was a solid ride for Young. We'll see the score slowly ticking up. Currently sat at 536 points, which would push him around the third, fourth position area.
Yeah, 536.67 for Jean on the scoreboard. That would put him up onto the leaderboard, but we'll see. It's going up 600 points, flashing away as we can see our other heat of junior men warming up on the water. It keeps going up, 600 points there.
And we have
crowd's pretty happy. 600 points in green puts him currently ranked in third place. There's a few people that have something to say about that, though, in this next heat of junior men.
Yeah, we have a strong heat coming up, and I'm sure they will all want to position in our finals tomorrow afternoon. So up next in the semi-final heat number 2, remember these are our top seed competitors from the preliminary rounds. We have Matteo Williams from New Zealand, Rory Kearney from Ireland, Nanase Okazaki from Japan, Ben Higson from Great Britain, and Tim Rees from Germany.
Absolutely. We see Matteo Williams there in the top of that heat representing New Zealand. He lives in the U.S. I believe he's a dual citizen of New Zealand. His mom was from New Zealand, unfortunately passing away a few years ago in a whitewater accident in the southeast U.S. And you'll see a lot of these paddlers wearing a sticker on their helmets or gear saying "Paddle like Nuria." All right, we've got about 10 minutes until this heat is going to come down and show us what they've got. We'll take a few minutes to let our voices take a break here at the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships 2022. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with the second heat of the men's kayak surface junior. All right, we're back here at the ICF 2022 Canoe Freestyle World Championships. We've got our second semifinal round here for our men's kayak surface junior, or the K1 junior men's. Got a stacked heat here, starting off with Matteo Williams of New Zealand, Rory Kearney of Ireland, Nanis Okazaki of Japan, Ben Higson of Great Britain, and Tim Rees of Germany. These kids are looking to get some huge rides on the board. We saw some 1,300-point rides in the preliminary rounds for the junior men, so we're hoping to see some of that action again, stacking up against the men. Myself, Matt Hamilton, and Alex Walters will be calling the action here as we're getting ready. The crowd's ready. The judges are just getting ready. Our first athlete, Matteo Williams of New Zealand, is on the water, getting his photo taken with fellow teammate Landon Miller right now as they're getting ready to go. Big smiles on his face. There's the heat list on the screen for you guys. We'll be getting going here in about 30 seconds if we're running on time. Waiting for the thumbs up from our head judge. What do you think we're going to see here, Alex? What are some of the moves that these guys are going to throw for us today?
Yeah, well, as is always the way in junior men's, often the top few competitors will pretty much be competing at the same standard as the senior men's category. So we'll be seeing lots and lots of bonuses just on amplitude of tricks. We'll be looking for clean bonuses and even some links for the very, very top rides. So we should be seeing some very, very strong performances. We can see the crowd starting to gather now as the sun's come out in Nottingham. I believe that's a thumbs up for Matteo Williams, all the way from New Zealand, making his way over into the hole.
All right, big cheers from the American cheering squad as Matteo is on the water with a big wing over, going into a McNasty. Sets up again. I think we're going to see a McNasty the other way. It's been his routine, and there it is. Sets up very strong young man. Is big reach, long arms, pretty tall guy. Big loop, throwing his paddle up in the air to show that he cleaned up that loop for a clean bonus. Going for a lunar orbit, linking it into a cartwheel. Looking maybe for a link bonus. Sets up. Let's see what he's got for you. He's going for, oh, he's going to go for a tricky woo. Not quite pulling around. I don't think he's got 1 second left. Going for lunar orbit, maybe right at the buzzer. Solid first ride for Matteo Williams.
Yeah, really, really strong. Plenty of tricks in there for the judges to get their teeth into. Let's watch the replay now. Nice big loop.
That score of 626.67 that you see preliminary on the board would put him into the finals right off the bat. So that's a solid first ride, which he'll be pretty happy of. We're going to wait for the judges to give him the final score.
Yeah, of course, we have 4 more competitors to go after Matteo. So he will be looking for a big ride just to make himself feel extra comfortable at being in the finals. But here we go. 656 points. The judges are still deliberating. There we go. Coming in, finalized at 656 points, putting him into 3rd position so far in the standings. That's a good place to be, right? You get your first ride, you settle into the competition, and the second ride is where you really pull out the stops. Up next, we have bib number 156, Rory Kearney, coming all the way from Ireland. We can see the Irish flags held high up in the grandstands here today.
All right, Rory Kearney of Ireland drops in with, looking for that entry. McNasty not quite getting it, bubbling out of the back of the hole. He still has 38 seconds left on the clock as he slides into twin wave. So he sets up, nice into the McNasty, solid McNasty, into Phonics Monkey. Getting set up. Common poser resetting. He wants to go for a McNasty in the other direction, setting it up, switch. And he's back on the surfer's right side of the feature. You'll see a lot of the athletes try to set up there. That's where I want to be. Huge Space Godzilla to the right. Looking for some of those bonuses from the judges. They could definitely add up. Looking for a lunar orbit. Well, that'll be it for Rory Kearney's first ride here in our second heat of the men's semifinal, junior men's semifinal.
You could really see on those looping tricks, I'm sure we'll see a replay here, just how straight and controlled they were. Look, here's a McNasty, again, nice and straight. The judge is looking for that 20 degrees from upstream. Really interesting, going straight into a phonics monkey straight afterwards. That is a lot of skill that it takes to come straight out of one move and into another. Probably not looking for the link bonus on that combination, but anyway, we have our score coming in, 513 points, which will put him into, I believe, 6th position. Up next, we have bib number 87, Nanase Okazaki from Japan. He's looking happy. He's bouncing his head in the top eddy. He's getting himself excited and ready to lay down a big ride. Remember, he's our 3rd seed from the preliminary rounds, so certainly got the skills to back it up, and we'll see what he manages to put down in his first ride for the semi-finals.
Yeah, NSA was an amazing paddler to watch here in the preliminary rounds as he gets a huge wing over entry 2 move there into a McNasty. He's probably going to set up that other McNasty if I remember from his ride earlier. There it is. Boom. Really getting great amplitude on some of these moves. Catching his bow, maybe getting a Space Godzilla off of that. Into a massive loop and cleaning it up. Definitely getting a huge bonus on that. Going for a Space Godzilla to the right. Having a great start to his ride here. So he goes for a phonics monkey, pulling it right around. Wow, so snappy. Such a technically strong paddler here. Well, that'll be it, as I see 846.67 on the board. If that stands, that'll move him into the lead. But we've got 2 of the top junior paddlers in the world to come next, so they might have something to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really solid ride. It looks like the score's just going up and up and up. Looking at 860 points, which would put him into 1st place for this heat and secure him his position in the finals for the men's kayak junior surface category. Judges very much appreciating his clean style, making it particularly easy for them to score the points. We've just got a .33 on the score, so we have 3 judges. Each of them will be scoring independently, then the score's averaged, hence why we can get the .33. Nanase scores coming in at 873 points. That will move him into 1st position, but for how long is the question. So up next we have Ben Higson from Great Britain. He laid down a strong performance in the preliminary rounds, bordering on the men's performance. So I'm sure he will be wanting that top spot off of Nanase.
That's right, here comes Ben Higson of Great Britain, one of the local favorites here in Nottingham, England. Let's see what he's got. He's got potential to break 1,000 points. Going for that entry 2. Right away into a McNasty. He's going to go for McNasty in the other direction. Setting it up switch into a lunar orbit, into cartwheels, looking maybe for some of those link bonuses, into a big loop, cleaning it up, holding his paddle nice and high, into a phonics monkey, into a lunar orbit, backing it up onto the feature. Going for a lunar orbit. I think he might want to do that lunar loop combination, getting some link bonuses maybe for himself. There he goes for a tricky woo. Into a loop, so a tricky loop. Right before the buzzer. Getting some of those massive link bonuses, maybe even a trophy move for that tricky loop. Depends what the judges have to. Oh, just having a little bit of fun. Going for that, I think they're calling it a Harry Potter when they do the big paddle toss there at the end. Great ride for the local boy.
Yeah, you can see Ben just really taking his time on the tricks in this particular ride. God, look at that massive loop. Keeping the hands clean up and in the air. And oh, look at this wonderful tricky loop. He looks like he's taking the tactic of going nice and slow, but making sure that all the moves are perfect. They get plenty of amplitude, and he's going for the bonuses. So we'll see if that tactic changes, perhaps as he's put this first ride down, or later in the competition, the final. Score coming through at 1,013 points, moving him into first position. Up next, we have Tim Rees from Germany, our leader from the preliminary rounds, putting down a ride of a little bit above 1,300 points. I mean, that's simply incredible for a junior male competing in this feature. He would have, you know, scored very, very highly in the senior men's category. So we'll just have to see what he puts down now. He's looking excited. You can see Team Germany cheering him on from the sidelines.
All right, here's Tim Rees right away into a big entry wing over, linking it into a McNasty, into a lunar orbit, into cartwheels. Oh, it looks like he wanted to get a McNasty going there, and here it comes. Definitely a strong paddler going for a phonics monkey. Still has 25 seconds left on the clock. Huge loop. Really getting a ton of different moves in really fast. Looking for a lunar loop, and there it is. I think this might be moving him up to the top of the leaderboard as he goes for a back loop. He looks like he's going for a Space Godzilla to the right, into a tricky woo, right at the buzzer. Oh,
wow. Wow. I tell you what, there's one person I don't want to be, and that's the judges. I feel quite sorry for them having to score that ride. I mean, wow, look at that entry move. Both him and Ben Higson pulling that move in earlier rounds. I don't think we saw Ben performing it in the semi-finals. But you can see here, just coming in with lots of moves. And you can see the way that he lands these moves. It's quite high up into the feature compared to the other competitors. And that enables him to get many moves in a row with a shorter time in between each trick, maximizing the possible score he can get. Currently, the score's looking around the 1,200 point mark. We'll have to see whether that changes as the judges deliberate. Remember, we have 3 judges, each scoring independently. Their scores will then be averaged together to calculate a final score for each ride. Just a couple of adjustments now, still hovering around the 1,200 point mark as the judges are deliberating the scores. We can see Tim looking very closely at the board. Score coming in at 1,170 points. A solid first ride that will put him into position number 1, and we can say that we will definitely be seeing him in the finals.
all right, the crowd is definitely getting loud as the young Mateo Williams of New Zealand wants to go. He's currently not on our leaderboard, but he'd like to be up there in the top 5. Let's see what he has for us. He's definitely got to step it up from his first ride just a little bit. See what he has for us right away, right into that entry wing over. Looking for an entry 2. Backs it around. Doing a nice McNasty. Sets it up. Going to go for the McNasty in the other direction. Oh, getting a bit of a bobble. He's on the top, still retaining the feature, so the move will score. So he drops in. We're going to see a nice big loop for him, cleaning it up, holding his paddle nice and high. See, he sets back up into the same spot. I think we're going to see a Space Godzilla. Definitely getting some air bonus on that Space Godzilla. Saw the whole boat out of the water. Going for a lunar orbit into cartwheels. He's got 10 seconds left. He's backing it up, backing it up. See what he's got for us. 3, 2, 1. Going for a tricky woo right at the buzzer. Oh, unfortunately flushing on that last move. Solid ride. Let's see where this is going to put him. 753.33 on the preliminary scoreboard here.
He is going to want that score to be enough to put him through to the next round. So for 5th position, he would need above 686 points. I believe that would still put him at risk if some other competitors score highly. In particular, Rory Kearney. Score coming in now, 753 points, moving Mateo into 5th position. So he's still at risk. We'll have to see what Rory answers with. He is our next paddler. He's going to be looking to beat that score of 753 points to make it through to the next round.
The Irish are loud and proud as their countryman Rory Kearney drops in, looking for that entry 3, and unfortunately flushes through the feature.
The Irish cheering him back up.
Rory, yeah, as Rory's charging back up the eddy here onto Twin Wave. Getting set up to go. Nice big McNasty. Catching a bit of an edge, bobbling up there. As he's still on the feature, sets up, wants that McNasty in the other direction. Boom, there it is. Getting set up. I think he was trying to do a phonics monkey there, not quite getting it started. There it is. Boom, nice and tall, unfortunately flushing out. And that'll be it for Rory Kearney of Ireland's second ride.
Yeah, unfortunately, the flush in the very beginning of his ride seemed to throw him off a little bit, making it quite difficult to get that necessary score of 753 points to progress through to the next round. Rory Kearney coming in with the score of 325 points. Solid performance. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing him in the next round of this competition. Up next, we have Nansei Okazani. Okazan from Japan.
Nanase Akazaki, I think is how we say that. Took me a while to figure it out, so it's all right.
I'll work on it for the finals.
Yeah, because I think he's going to be there. Absolutely. As this young guy comes, I love this guy's style. It is incredibly explosive, loud and proud. There he is, entry 2. He sets back up. He's going to go for a McNasty. Really getting way out in front of the foam pile for his McNasty. Oh my gosh, that had to be one of the biggest loops I've ever seen. Unfortunately not retaining the feature. He and his boat were well out of the water there. That's okay, I'm pretty sure he's solidly into our final later on tomorrow as he sets back up. Going for another big loop. He's just having fun. If there was an extra huge bonus, I think he would have scored that there. As he goes for another McNasty there. He's got 2 seconds left. Let's see what he's got for us. Into a phonics monkey. He was just having fun there. Yeah, big smile on his face. He knows he's pretty solidly into the finals there. Nobody else is going to knock him out of there. So we'll see this young Japanese paddler in tomorrow's finals.
Absolutely, absolutely. I hope he's competed in our competition, the world's biggest loop, which has just been taking place on the inlet gate up here. I hope he's there because for the air we've seen so far, my goodness, it looks like he's got a shot to win it. But the score coming in at 528 points. He'll be keeping his first ride score, but qualifying regardless.
Look at that, big, huge. You just had the replay and that loop was back on there again. Absolutely massive. Look at that smile. This is what it's all about here at the World Championships, is coming together. The community, the smiles, everybody, the whole Irish team went down just after Rory's ride to help him out of the water. Congratulate him. As we have our next paddler on the water, Ben Higson of Great Britain, right away into a wingover, linking it into a McNasty. Oh, it looks like he was into a lunar, linking all the moves together, moving faster than we can almost call it here, into a tricky woo. I'm thinking those are cartwheels with a bit of a rotation. A lunar into a loop. Wow, throwing it around super fast here, into another lunar, into a cartwheel, into tricky woo. Oh, still on the feature. This is incredible, just keeping his boat moving. Huge loop. Into the phonics monkey. Into another loop. Just as he flushes off just at the end, using his entire time. Wow. He was keeping that boat moving fast and all the time, accruing points the entire time. He's raising the roof there, lifting his hands up, hoping the scores will continue to rise.
Yeah, Ben wanting that first seed position in the junior men's K1 finals. You can see, my goodness, just throwing so many tricks in a short space of time and going for those link bonuses, which is a really, really core part of these rides to get the scores going up and into the region really above that 1,000 points. Just waiting now for the judges to confirm their scores as they scrutinize what's been a phenomenal ride from Ben and a pretty consistent performance all the way through the competition. Guys, keep on going up, 1,300. Now, Tim will be sat in the top eddy looking closely at this. Oh, The score jumping to 1,400. We'll have to see what happens as the judges will be finalizing their score very shortly. Tim looking nervously as this will provide a good indication for what's possible in the finals tomorrow. He might be changing his ride slightly, who knows, depending on what Ben's score comes out at. Just dropping below the 1,400 point mark. We're still waiting for the judges to finalize their score. And there we go. Finalized at 1,381 points. That will be Ben's highest ride for the semi-finals and putting him into first position, first seed. You can see the look on Tim's face. He wants to beat that. You can see that he wants the first place seed. It's a tall order.
Absolutely tough act to follow right there. But if there was anybody that could do it, it is this man right here. Our junior men's wearing bib 125, Tim Rees of Germany. He is psyched up. He's been living here in Nottingham for a while, and he knows this feature right into a big, tall wing over, linking it into a McNasty. As he's setting up, going for a lunar into cartwheels. Sets up again. Oh, what's he got for us? Oh, I think he might have been looking for a tricky cartwheel. Oh, getting a flush. Not what Tim Rees wanted right now, but he's back up to the feature with 18 seconds left on the clock. Lots of time. Let's see what he's got for us. The lunar backing it up, still on the feature. He's got 8 seconds left. Going for McNasty. He's going to spin it around. And that'll be time for Tim Rees. I think he'll stick with his first ride of 170 points.
Yeah, just messing around in the feature now. As the last competitor in the heat, trying to go for a phonics with a Space Godzilla on the end, which I think is something we don't see that often. Anyway, final score coming in at 506 points. Unfortunately, not reaching the same score as his first ride due to that flush after the first couple of tricks. But my goodness, look at that entry move. It's beautiful. He's been doing it consistently as well on every single one of his rides. Look at this. Lovely. Such a technical paddler. You can see there, overall score coming in at 1,170 points. So, your finalists for the junior men's category, and will be competing tomorrow afternoon, are Ben Higson in first place, Tim Rees from Germany in second place, Nanase Okazani from Japan in third place, Max Martinez Barriere from Spain in fourth place, and Mateo Williams in fifth place from New Zealand.
Yeah, that was a pretty exciting semifinals from our junior men. You can definitely see these guys are stepping it up. Pretty amazing. You see the leaderboard on there. I'm not sure I'm seeing Rory on there. I'm not sure why, but we'll figure that out. We'll hopefully get the official results here soon. That looks better on that sheet. There, yeah, I think that's the correct one on that one. Yeah. As you see all of our 10 men there. I just took a second to read through to see what it does. We will be back here in a few minutes. In about 24 minutes, we'll be here for the women's and men's C1, or as the ICF calls it, the women's canoe decked surface. This is a final. We'll be crowning world champions here at the 2022 ICF Canoe Freestyle Championships from home Pierpoint Country Park here at the National Waterports Center. Matt Hamilton signing off with
Alex Walters.
Well, have a good day, guys. We'll talk to you soon.